Okay.
Because let me turn off this radio here. I'm trying to monitor too much, and I'm trying to get back to people that are asking me questions. So Lincoln again, and we'll show the radar. That's the best thing to show right now. The easternmost storms right now are here in the Highway 81 corridor. Now it looks like this southern storm, the Henderson storm, has lost a little bit of its punch because I'm not seeing the deeper reflectivity values around Henderson like I'm seeing up around Stromsburg and Polk County, Osceola as well. It's just to the west of Highway 81. So that would be good news there. Uh, so that's good news. So of course naturally Dalton's headed that way. So Dalton, just keep monitoring that. I know that storm that you're headed to doesn't look great. This is interesting here. It looks like we've got a little outflow boundary that's been put down right here by this storm, and that could interact with future storms tonight or anything that does form. And of course, let's see by animating the radar what we can see with this. Yeah, you can see that the storm here. I need to increase the animation of the radar here from 7 to 14 frames. But it did put a little boundary down. So that may be worth bear watching a little later tonight. So on the wider view right now, eastern Nebraska, Fremont, Papillion, Omaha, Lincoln is quiet for right now. It may be through the evening when storms form to your south or southeast and move your way. And then, of course, the line moving in from the west well after midnight that's going to race through southern Nebraska from the Colorado border our way. And we got a new warning here now with this storm. So this is just northwest Hall County for just north of Wood River. This is brand new storm here. So Danny, come back in. Go ahead. You got more questions
Yeah, Tim Smaha would like to know about Henderson.
about Henderson? Okay, so just went through Henderson right now. Starting to show a little more peak in the. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It goes until the top of the hour or 6 o'clock. It's starting to show a little higher reflectivity values for hail, and that's what happens a lot of times. Are these hail values spike, and so we'll see these cores strengthen and weaken and strengthen and weaken. And of course, the storm up to the north has definitely strengthened since the last time we looked at that. And of course, this ping pong ball size hail out of that inch and a half hail, that's ping pong ball size hail, that goes until the top of the hour as well, or 9 o'clock. Let's look at this new warning here right around Caro. So that would be parts of Howard County as well as Hall County and extreme northeastern Buffalo County as well. It goes until, well, let's see, 49 minutes. So that'll go until 6:15. 1 inch hail, 50 mile per hour winds. So I imagine as the Weather Service updates that particular the discussion and the text on this storm, that hail size will increase because this is a brand new thunderstorm that's just gone up. So again, all the action is in the central and western part of the state. Those of you watching in the east, and of course, we're thankful for everybody watching, but those of you in the east are going to have to wait a little later in the evening before things get going. And, again, these are just slowly drifting up to the north as well. So we'll start over here and go through all these storms. Danny, I hear chat dinging from the Weather Service. As I line up the radar, can you tell me what the Weather Service has to say?
Not a whole lot new, just that they're talking about the warning for the storm near Caro. Also watching a storm in southwest Lincoln County that'll be impacting Gothenburg and Farnham soon.
Okay. Okay, and it looks like this is the one right here that has a new warning on it. And that would be from our friends at the Weather Service in North Platte. So let's switch radars and go up here to the Thedford radar. And as soon as I switch over, if it will switch over for me.
Custer County Emergency Manager reported quarter-sized hail 2 miles east of Oconto.
Oconto? Okay, so that's right here, and that would be this particular storm right here. So this particular severe thunderstorm warning goes for another 17 minutes or until 5:45, and of course it's being warned for golf ball size hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds. So as we zoom in on this, you can see Presley East Road, and it's mostly in no man's land here, but you can see, and just let's see here. So Mike will, if you're watching, or Shane will, I am aware of the Roku problems. It's down. You have to use YouTube. I want to welcome in Extreme Sports listeners and viewers that are taking our feed now, if they're trying to take our feed. So I just want to give them a shout out for the time being. So a lot to talk about. I keep getting distracted, but let's go through all the warnings. And I just look at the chat real quick, and I notice, and I'm going to go back to full screen here. Danny, I'm taking you off for a minute.
Okay.
And Platte County, areas to the east, Columbus area, that storm is slowly moving towards Platte County. So it's starting to turn right a little bit. Well, you know what? We're looking at the Thedford radar. I'll go through that here in just a moment. But for now, we've got Chase County. We have this storm moving into Imperial. This is being warned for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this warning goes...
Hey, Tim, they're saying they can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
Yeah, it's going on Facebook.
Really? Oh, okay. I know why. Let's see if I've got you muted out. That's why. Okay, let me see if you guys can hear me on Facebook now. Give me a thumbs up. I'm thinking that maybe I had another audio source on, so I think that may have fixed it. Let me know. And then I've got one other thing I need to mute as well. Yeah, this probably fixed it. So, okay, my apologies for those of you who have been watching on Facebook. You haven't heard me this whole time. Yeah, I failed to mute a couple things here on YouTube and Danny. So that should have fixed it. So, boy, thanks. Tell your mom thank you for telling me that, because we could have gotten a lot longer. So again, for all of those of you watching across the platform, including Nebraska Storm Chasers, and I've just been muted out. My apologies. But
Mitch Linder would like to know if these storms are going to take away from tonight's storms.
Later on tonight.
Say that again.
Mitch Linder would like to know if these initial round of storms will take away the energy for storms later tonight.
No, it really shouldn't. So let's go through all these warnings really quick. Julie said I'm super loud. I potted my mic down a little bit, but Julie, you might just need to turn down your volume a little bit. But if it helps, let me know. So if I sound a little loud to you, just let me know. In the meantime, let's go through this. So $1.25 $half size hail in Chase County. And then looking at this particular storm southeast of Ogallala, it's by, it's just east of Grant. This one is $1.25 hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This goes until 5:45 as well. So looking off to the east here, this storm's putting down some pretty good size hail here. And it's southwest of Gothenburg, west of Farnham. This is 2-inch hail. That's lime-size hail, but the winds are only 50 mile per hour, so this is predominantly and by and large a large hail threat. This goes for 43 minutes, so this goes until 6:15 rather. And it looks like the same warning on this storm as well, and this goes to the top of the hour on this particular, the warning on the western part of this particular storm. So keep that in mind. So let's go over here, and we need to switch radars now. We're looking north of Elm Creek. This is the Sumner area as well as Amherst, and this is golf ball size hail, and which is 1 3/4, and this goes in for another 12 minutes. So this is until 5:45, and then this is the storm. It's kind of a jagged storm, but there's multiple hail cores on this. 1.75-inch hail. It goes until 5:45 as well. So a lot going on. We're getting some hail bombs here with this. And I'm trying to get rid of this. There we go. Then this is the newest warning, I believe, and this is, of course, in the Caro area, right on Highway 2. The largest hail is just to the west-southwest of Caro. So let's see here. And this particular warning is for golf ball size hail 1.35, and it goes until 6:15. So most of those warnings are in effect for a while. I don't see anything being canceled anytime soon here. So now we go back to the east, and then we've been through all the current active warnings. Henderson still, this is a marginally severe storm, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds out of this, and it's slowly drifting off to the east now at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. This goes until the top of the hour, and then this one goes to the top of the hour, and this is golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So yeah, we're getting hail bombs here. This is a look. Severe thunderstorm watch for the eastern half of the state until 1 o'clock in the morning. I believe the west. Danny, I'm going to bring you back in. The west is 11 o'clock tonight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me bring you back up here. Where did you go, my friend? I lost you. You went away. I don't know what happened to you, but there's never a dull moment in live TV. I'll tell you that much. So we can get this fixed. I don't know what the heck happened here, but we will get.
Yeah, everything looks okay on my end.
Well, it's not on my end, so you're going to see it here. I don't know. Maybe it. Yeah, see up on the live feed. You're not there, so. And I'm not sure exactly why. Oh, I know, because some dummy muted your video, so you should be back now. All right, you should be back up, but let's should be able to get this fixed. Do you see yourself back? You're going to see yourself on the Zoom portion, but do you see yourself back up here yet?
No, not yet.
All right. Yeah, I got you now. Hang on just a second. It'll be good. It'll be good enough for now. It doesn't have to be perfect, but
Nobody wants to see me anyways.
no. Yeah, just always something, Things are a pain, but we've got you. It's not showing up. I don't know why it's not showing up on the live, but we're not going to worry about it. We'll now you're out. Now you're live. You're everywhere. I'm not sure how this happened, but I'm going to have to kill you first. I'm going to have to take you out for a second. All right. So anyway, we are back. I am Chief Meteorologist Tim Jones. Never a dull moment in TV land, especially when you're doing 50 things at once. That's life in digital TV, but we're in extended coverage here. We're going to stay extended for as long as I see fit here. We might take a little break. Right now we're dealing with predominantly hail, large hailers. Do we have Dalton? Let's see here. Dalton, I know you're listening. And there's Dalton. Dalton, I know you're doing a lot of driving. You're on Interstate 80. I can see the thunderstorm ahead of you. Obviously, we're dealing with large hail. What are you seeing out your window?
Right now, Tim, I just got back on the interstate from Aurora. I am heading west. I'm going to go over towards that Miller storm right now. I think, if anything, that's kind of the best looking storm right now. This one over here by Henderson, after that split, I don't know what happened, but it just kind of fell apart on itself. On my way back to this Miller storm, though, I might end up checking out the Caro storm too, just to see how it looks.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave it to your discretion. If you want to, so are you east or westbound right now?
Westbound right now.
Okay. All right. So yeah, why don't you go out towards Grand Island, and those two out there, and check those out. Those look a little more isolated that way, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. I will. As of right now, my plan is to go towards that Kearney area. Like I said, that Miller storm, I think it looks pretty good on radar. But I will check out this Caro storm too, since I'll be going right by it.
Okay. And you're obviously not in Adams County, so I need to update that. But where are you going to be? You going to be in Sherman?
I'm not sure where I'm going to end up. Right now, I'm just west of the Aurora exit, about 4 or 5 miles probably.
All right. Well, you're headed to Hall County, so that's where I'm going to put you for now. So that way, folks watching, they're going to say, they're going to ask where you're at or where you're headed.
Yep.
So we'll leave you for Hall County because you're almost there, even though you're currently in Hamilton County. So, okay, go ahead, and we're just going to keep an eye on the radar here, and we'll probably take a look here. We got some new warnings coming out as well. The storm to just outside of Grand Island to the northwest in Caro is starting to split, so we're going to see two storms out of that.
Okay, what about that Miller storm? How's it looking?
That's starting to show. Just keep an eye on that. Miller, you mean the one by Summer and Amherst?
Yeah. west of Kearney.
I'll let you make the judgment based on what you can see.
Okay, if you end up seeing anything that I'm unaware on, have you or Danny shoot me a text or give me a call.
Sounds good.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, see you, bye. Okay, so that was Dalton Olson, Storm Chaser Dalton Olson. And he was going towards that Hamilton, the York County storm, and he is moving back towards the west. We're gonna towards these two storms, and let me turn his live feed off, and let me bring back up radar, and he's going to head towards these two storms. So right now, he's on Interstate 80. I think he said he was in Giltner. So he's got a view, and you can see the anvil on that storm. So again, let's back up, take a look. We're using the radar out of Hastings. This is the Blue Hill radar. All the storms are either side of Interstate 80 right now. We've got more storms off to the southwest that are affecting Grand Island as well as eastern Colorado. We expect those to congeal a little later tonight and move our way for another round. So we'll take a look at Futurecast before too long, but right now we're in radar mode. And Danny, you're still with me, right?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, so why don't you go through any questions, comments, I see some pictures here coming up on Weather Service chat, and I'm going to try to get you fixed back in here on this multiple box because I'm not sure what's happening on here. But why don't you take the mic for a second and give some folks lie back up on the radar and people can see the wider view. Why don't you let people know the latest updates that you have on your end?
Yeah, I just got a report from a viewer in Henderson of golf ball sized hail. A storm around Miller looks like it's intensifying a little bit. Tim, you might take a look at base velocities on that.
Okay. We will do that in just a moment.
But so far, I don't have a whole lot of storm reports from the Weather Service, just that one from Henderson.
And there's a picture of hail. What size is that?
That's golf ball sized.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see if I can get you brought back in here. We've got more warnings coming out as well.
Margaret Noector would like to know what time do you think storms could hit Hastings?
Well, for now, the threat is going to be later on tonight, the latter part of the evening, because everything is up around Interstate 80. Hang on just a second. Yeah, well, you're just going to be on voice, Danny. I don't know what happened with this, but something, unless we try a new feed on Restream, but something happened here, or not on Restream, but on Zoom. But got a lot of folks watching, and they probably don't care too much, so we're just going to get back to the radar here.
Yeah, let's just stick with what we got.
So let's get back to, this is the one up, this is kind of right in between both radars here. So we'll take a look at it with the Thedford radar. Very, very large hail out of this, and let's see what the VIL densities are out of this as well. And you can see where that largest hail is right here, just set between Gothenburg and looks like Curtis and Wellfleet. So it's just moving up towards Interstate 80. And we're getting quite a bit of, and now you don't have to worry about this, but this is exactly why we're getting hail now being reported up to tennis ball size on this. And you can see on the warning text as well why we have this warning here. So now Danny said take a look at the velocities as well. So let's switch here and take a look at this particular velocity here. So we are picking up at least some mid-level rotation. Now here we're using the Blue Hill radar, and you can see that little donut down to the bottom right part of your screen. This is the radar dome. And of course, first thing we got to ask ourselves when we see this little couplet right here is we're looking 4,500 feet up into the storm. So we're not looking at the surface, but we're looking in the lower mid-levels here. So obviously, we're getting a fairly good look at this, but if it's moving away from us, that's not going to help us. But we're right in between the two radars right now. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing definitely some winds blowing towards the radar. And so we're at least getting what we call some RFD blowing out of the storm. So the wind's coming around the backside of the storm like this. And this happens when you have very large hail. You have rotation at the mid levels. We have that mid-level mesocyclone is what we call it. That is conducive to producing very large hail. So right now, in terms of low-level rotation, I'm not seeing anything just yet, but it's something we obviously have to watch. So Danny, you're with me. Anything else?
Albert Oshner would like to know if this pattern will continue along the interstate and north of the interstate.
Yeah, it's going to continue for the time being here while we have this going. And hang on a second, let me switch radar here. But obviously, and here's all the big hail you can see here from Highway 81 all the way to the west. And of course, we're using the Thedford radar right now. But if we go back, since the predominant amount of storms are within range of the Hastings radar, you can see all the big hail here. And what this is, we're showing the tops of the thunderstorms. When you show these, and we're using vertically integrated liquid, or VIL density. So as you have more dense liquid that's frozen higher up in the storm, we're seeing these returns here. And radar is estimating very large hail here. Typically, it can tend to overestimate a little bit. However, in this situation, we're definitely getting very large hail out of this. So we'll go back to the reflectivity part of this. We do have the southern end. This looks like maybe this storm is starting to move a little more east instead of north. So 1.75 inch hail on this, 50 mile per hour winds. So obviously, this is a prolific hail producer, and this is just north of Elm Creek, and it's around Amherst. You're about ready to get hit by very large hail if you're in that area. Of course, let's put this in motion, and you can see how that has how that's matriculated, if you will, over the last half hour or so. And and it's very slow moving. That means whoever gets large hail is going to get pounded repeatedly by very large hail, so that's not a good thing. Now, it's also very close to Kearney, so there's something I want to point out that let me get my drawing tool. This storm has put out an outflow boundary, and this storm is starting to move this way. So outflow boundaries are wind shift lines left from previous storms. We have to watch this very closely as these two start to interact, because we could pick up some low-level rotation, and that would be from Gibbon to Hastings, or just north of there up to Interstate 80, Wood River, maybe Donovan, and points in between for some potential rotation in that. So am I saying it's going to happen? No. But it's certainly something, Danny, we're going to have to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a video person with a brown cap blocking the bottom middle of the radar screen.
I think she might have been talking about Dalton's stream, maybe.
Well, I mean, I'm watching it live, and it looks fine here, so. Yeah, let's see here.
Amy Davis just commented, traveling Highway 2 from Grand Island to Broken Bow is nasty. Huge hail.
From where? Just say again.
From, let me get back to it. From Grand Island to Broken Bow.
Okay. Trying to get that off there. Well, we're not going to have to worry about those. So you can see here that Dalton's getting closer. And Dalton, if you can hear me, you're probably, since it's getting darker, since you're getting towards those storms, you're going to have to lighten your screen a little bit, just so we can. You're going to have to just change the contrast a little bit so we can see it here. So he's no longer in Hamilton County, so we're going to have to change that. Right now he's in Hall County, so that ought to change that. So getting back to radar here. So these are really, out of all these storms right now, as we go back to the west. And Danny, take a look at National Weather Service chat, because that particular storm that's north of Elm Creek, they're putting the wording tornado possible on that.
Yeah, I just seen that.
Okay. So let's go over this. Yeah, and there is a TVS starting to show up. To me, it looks very broad. Now, let's see if I change the radar. And let's see here. I'm going to go full screen with the radar.
Yeah, that one northwest of Amherst does look interesting.
Yeah, we'll get to that here. So if we go back to the, get out of here. If we go back to this storm, and I switch radars here, you can, okay, if we're back on the Thetford radar, you can see a pocket here. So keep me updated, Danny, because you watch the chat and I'm watching the radar. But here we have this area right in here, and that, of course, this is a mid-level mesocyclone. You're saying, well, what about these colors down here? That is what we call side lobe contamination. And you're saying, Tim, that's a pretty fancy term. What the heck does that mean? Well, let me explain to you what that means. Get out of here. Because we're using the radar up to the northwest. So what happens is the radar is being reflected and bounced around and bounces around and gives a false reading right here. But where we really need to be looking in here is in the bolus area. And on radar, Howard City is bolus. So it's been like this for years and years, and it's never changed. So just keep that in mind. So going back to the Hastings radar.
The Weather Service says they're really watching that storm near Miller.
Right. And again, if you're in Amherst, keep an eye. Let's see what we've got with Dalton. Dalton, you're really dark, and I don't know. Would you text Dalton and tell him to lighten his screen up just one notch? That'll help. Now, Jeremy says he's got hail and bolus, so and that would make sense. So here's Howard City. Of course, we're watching the Amherst storm over here. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for York County. So again, we're watching this, and I think right now that the North Platte radar gives us a little better look into this storm. At least did. Where it's showing a mid-level mesocyclone, but you know, the thing that's interesting here is we're getting again. We've got winds blowing away from the radar. So these green winds here are blowing towards the radar up in Thedford. And these are blowing away. So hence that's why we've got this little, what looks like a little area of rotation. That actually depicts a mid-level rotation or a mesocyclone, but that doesn't, you know, we're not seeing necessarily down at the surface either. Let's see how far that we are from the radar in Thedford. We're looking, oh geez, from the Thedford radar, 10,000 feet up into the storm and 104 miles away. So we're really getting a better view of this from the other radar. So let's go back to North Platte. Okay, we do have a tornado warning now, radar indicated. So Danny, you got that?
Yep.
Okay, why don't
They have
what's that?
You want me to read it off?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tornado warning for west central Buffalo County and south central Nebraska until 6:45 p.m. At 5:54, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Amherst, or 15 miles northwest of Kearney, moving east at 10 miles an hour.
So this is embedded right underneath the updraft of the storm. This is very high precipitation. It's very possible that if you're in Amherst, you won't, with the rain and the hail, you may not even see it if a tornado does form. Now, Danny said that this is radar indicated, so keep that in mind. But again, here's the tornado warning right here in red. So we're looking at reflectivity. We will go back to velocity, but this would be the area where the radar indicates the tornado would be. And I'll show you that here in just a moment. But if you're in Amherst, you're right in, and then eventually Riverdale. Now, this is northwest of Kearney, and we do have Dalton headed up to that storm. So we also have a picture of what could be, it looks to be a wall cloud.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Definitely looks like a wall cloud.
Okay, Dalton, give me a call. We need to take you full screen, and we need to bring you in. So give me a call, please. And in the meantime, let's get full screen on this. Let's get into radar. And we need to go back to, let's see here. We need to go back to Analyst Edition, which we are now. And again, you know, it's fairly broad in my opinion, but again, it's worthy of at least a warning here. And this is where we're looking, just to the west of Amherst here. So we do have what looks to be a wall cloud. And hey, Danny, text Dalton and tell him to call me, please.
Okay.
So we've got his stream. Let's see what we can see off that. Bring him in.
Howard County Dispatch said Bullis is having pea-sized to golf ball-sized hail.
Dalton, what can you see? Talk to me.
Hey Tim, right now I'm heading north. Turn off the 480. I'm on the Arrow storm right now. Heading up towards Alda.
Okay.
But right now I'm just kind of getting some structure shots of it. Going around the bend right now, so perfect timing. I call you and I was picture of it. But,
Okay.
I mean, as far as the storm, it's pretty looking, you know. I don't know what I can say about it right now. I haven't gotten out to really kind of get an idea on it.
Okay, so did you get the message that your shot is awfully dark? You need to lighten it up a little bit?
Yeah, hey Tim, there's a tornado warning just came out.
No, we know. That's why we got you on the phone. So we're trying to see the storm, and naturally, I'm trying to get your live feed full, and I'm having issues here, and I'm not sure why. So trying to work with that, but in the meantime, we do have you. Let's see here. There's the radar.
I did get that text. I just lightened it up, so I'm
Okay.
not gonna get it.
Well, let's get you. I've got you in the multiple box here. So, and with radar, so that's what we're going to have to go with for right now. So, what highway are you on right now? Do you know where you are? It's helpful to know where you're at. Huh?
I'm on that. Going up in the Alda.
You're going up to Alda?
Yep, I'm coming up in the Alda. Then I'm gonna take whatever highway that is that goes through Givens, Shelton, on the river.
Okay, so you're going to. Are you going to the storm that's tornado warned, or are you going to the one east of that, where north of Shelton?
No, I'm going to the tornado warning storm. I didn't see the tornado warning until I turned. So.
Okay, well, why don't you re-vector and get back on a path and call me back, okay?
All right,
thanks. Okay, that's Dalton Olson. Sorry about that. We're going to get resituated on that. So Dalton is still out by Aldo. I think he's we're heading towards Highway 11, towards Caro, but he's trying to vector around to this storm, and I don't know if he can hear me, but the storm looks like it's starting to make a right turn. So we're really going to have to watch. We'll get him in position. That won't be an issue at all. But as we look at the radar full here, you can see that on the velocity that it's not overly concerning right now. I mean, obviously, if you're in Amherst, you want to be in a safe place. Without a doubt, we want to take all these warnings seriously. It may be enshrouded in rain. Danny, do you have any more details for me?
The Weather Service at 6 reported if there is a tornado, it would be 7 miles southeast of Miller or 2 to 3 miles west of Amherst.
Yeah, and that would make sense because if it was just, you said west of Amherst, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that would put it right in here. And obviously we're looking at reflectivity. But and you can kind of see.
It doesn't look that great on velocity or anything at the moment. It's hard to tell.
You can see where that larger hail here is starting to wrap around.
Yeah.
This, the updraft, and here's what I'm talking about right here. You can see that. So, and that would be, so there's an embedded hook, but we're looking right in this area, right in here. So, if we put this in motion. Again, and you can see it's slowly starting to sink to the southeast rather. So this is going to bring Kearney into play. So as we move back on this, again, we have that outflow boundary, and this is concerning that this storm off that went through Hamilton and York counties previously put down this outflow boundary here, and then eventually we're going to start seeing interaction between the two. Now this is sinking off to the southwest a little bit, but this could very well, and probably will rather, enhance the tornado risk, depending on where they actually meet, but it could be southeastern Buffalo County, it could be northern or northeast Kearney County, as well as parts of Adams County as well. So it's a matter of where it ends up. So yeah, I'm going to. I want to try to bring Dalton's feed in because we're going to need this. I only have him on the 4-box, and I'm having the same problem with him that I am with you. So we might need to just reset that altogether, but we don't want to do that with the tornado warning right now, Danny. Okay, more warnings coming out. What do you got for me?
It's just a continuation of the tornado warning.
Okay. Folks just watching, bear with me just for a moment. Trying to just bring in a couple things here.
I'll read this latest update for the warning.
There, I got Dalton full now. And you can text Dalton and tell him to turn the brightness down just one notch. He's driving towards the sun, so he's a little overexposed. But we do have him live now. And I have his locator as Hall County right now, but we will see him moving into Buffalo and maybe even Custer County. So he's kind of in that area right now. So what were you saying, Danny? Come back in, please.
I was going to read the update for the tornado warning.
Go ahead, please do.
At 6:03 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Amherst, or 14 miles northwest of Kearney, moving east at 10 miles an hour.
And Danny, I ended your Zoom real quick. I'm going to send you another link.
Okay.
So stay on. We've got a new warning coming out. So stay on that. I've got the radar full here, but we need to back off the radar and show a wider view. There's one tornado warning right now. And then why don't you go through, you've got your radar up, why don't you go through some of these warnings, and I'll pull radar back full, and you can go through the warnings. So I'm going to bring you back in here.
New thunderstorm warning for north central York County and east central Nebraska, southwestern Polk County until 6:45. At 6:04, a severe thunderstorm is located near Stroudsburg, or 16 miles north of York, moving east at 5.
Okay. Keep going. You got a lot to do for me because I got a few things to do. By the way, do you have your email up?
Yeah, I do.
I'm going to send you a link real quick.
Okay.
And keep going through the warnings, please.
At 5:59, a severe thunderstorm was located near Rockville, or 24 miles northeast of Grand Island, moving north at 25. Hazards on that one are golf ball-sized hail.
Okay.
And the golf ball-sized hail had been reported by law enforcement on that one.
Okay. And Michelle, thanks for telling me about Dalton. I'm just kind of holding it up to my microphone. I'll put him as we bring him in more. We'll have him up on a speakerphone, which you'll be able to hear him better. So, and I'll have him talk up as well. So, did you get that link, Danny?
Yep, I just accepted it.
Okay. And I need to. I've got your audio out. And let's see here. So you're seeing all these storms just very, very slowly move off to the east or southeast. And the reason why the storm that's tornado warned is tornado warned because it's starting to interact with that boundary. But some of these storms are moving off the boundary into unstable air mass, but also a little less moisture north of that boundary. So any of these storms that interact with this boundary just south of Interstate 80 are going to have the best chance to produce or tornado, or at least to rotate. So that's exactly why we're watching that particular storm. That is the storm of interest right now. So why don't you go through the chat, Danny, and see if there's any questions.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm just reading here. Kelly Miralez, anything for Palmer, Nebraska?
Yeah, I got you back, by the way.
Oh, good deal.
So you are back. We just had to restart it for whatever reason, but now we're on the 4 box. We got radar up. We've got Dalton up. We've got a lot more warnings coming up. So go ahead. Let me look at the chat real quick. So
Yeah, I'll read this latest thunderstorm warning.
let's get back to the radar real quick so people can see the towns that are being affected. So let's start by the east and we'll go to the west. So here we're looking at, and I'm going to stop the animation here. Here we've got one particular storm in Platte County, just west of Columbus, moving through Highway 30. And that's for 75 mile per up to, I'm sorry, that is the watch itself. This is 1 inch hail and 50 mile per hour winds. It's in effect until the bottom of the hour. That's for Platte County. Then this looks a little more supercellular. $half size hail, that's 1.25 inch hail, 50 mile per hour winds, and that's in effect until 6:45. That's the one. Let's see here.
Karen Riceland would like to know, is there a tornado by Amherst?
I have not seen any. I have not seen any reports. This is radar indicated as of now. Let's take a look back at the velocity on this and see what we can see. I know I'm kind of going back and forth between these, but there is a TVS being shown, but it just went away and shows more of mid-level rotation. So we are using. Let's see here.
The thunderstorm warning for York has been canceled.
Okay. Yeah, we're still using the radar from Hastings. That gives us our best look. But right now,
Tornado warning's been canceled.
and I believe that. Here's why. You see this kind of right on here, this boundary. These winds are blowing away from the Hastings radar. These winds are blowing towards. And you're starting to see more kind of outflow winds that are a little stronger than going towards. So we've got some mid-level rotation. Now this could cycle, and again, this storm is moving to the southeast and moving down towards that outflow boundary. And it's not very far away. As a matter of fact, that outflow boundary is only within 30 miles to the southeast. So obviously we're going to have to continue to watch this very, very closely here as we get through. Obviously through the course of as long as this storm holds together. So that should have answered that. Now, we stopped with the warnings here. This one in York, this storm, no warning on that. The one in Merritt County by Central City, no warning on that. Howard County and Hall County and southern parts of Howard County, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that expires at 6:15. I'm sure it'll be reissued for golf ball size hail here. And again, this particular warning, the north side of it, goes until the bottom of the hour. The one by Rockville that you can see just to the north of Rockville, that's golf ball size hail as well. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot of golf ball size hail around the viewing area and around the state. So we'll call the viewing area pretty much the entire state. So I'm trying to get rid of that. So again, things are quiet right now over to the eastern part of the state. Those storms are drifting off to the east-northeast, looking at the Omaha radar. Here you can see that these storms, if I put this in motion, Omaha is quiet, so is Lincoln right now, and all points around Lincoln. Columbus, you've got storms just pushing into your area. Right now, the worst. The hail is right pushing through Highway 30, moving up towards Platte Center, and just to the east of Monroe. So that's going to hit the Highway 81 corridor, just to the northwest of Columbus. Now, Columbus should be getting rain right now, but the worst of the storm is just west of town. So keep that in mind. And then, of course, off to the west, we've got these storms. So there are no active tornado warnings anywhere in the viewing area right now. across the state. So again, things south of Interstate 80 for the most part are quiet. Elwood, Holdridge, Hastings, Wilbur, I'm just calling out some towns, McCook, Trenton, things are quiet. But look off to the west, and this is what we're eyeballing for later. All of these storms here in the high plains of Colorado, all these storms are going to start pushing our way for the next round. So what we're tracking right now is round 1. Round 2 will come a little later. We do expect large hail, then giving way to damaging winds up to potentially between 60 to 75 miles per hour. I think our better chances tonight will be winds 60 to 65 miles per hour, but we could have a few gusts in excess of that as these storms push east. So we're not done yet, and I know, people message me, Tim, the radar shows nothing's going to happen. Well, it's LADAR. The radar shows, and this is what people constantly get wrong, and that's okay. We're lay people. We're not expecting you to understand radar. Radar shows us the here and now. It doesn't show us the future. That is what our modeling data is for. So if you see, well, my weather app says it shows future radar, that is just a model version showing out into time with the radar. So that's just a little bit of information. So we're far from done. I'm hoping that we can get to a point that I can take a little break, me and the team can take a little break. And
warning for Caro has been allowed to expire.
For Caro?
Yep.
Okay. And let's go back to the radar here. So right now we're predominantly dealing with hailers, but we've got a classic supercell hook on this storm with Caro. Now that hail shaft is moving up into that current warning right now, and that's probably why they did that. But you can see the hook on that, Danny.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So let's investigate this. And just to let the viewers know, I was in the hospital a month ago. I'm still kind of overcoming some health stuff. So I'm struggling a little bit energy-wise, so it'd be nice with this winds later. We may take a little bit of a break, because I might have to, and I know that's not what you want to hear, but hey, I'm an old guy, and I can't hang as long as I always can. Of course, our other two meteorologists just happen to be off and covering other places, so they help out part-time. So we'll make do, but in the meantime, we've got to take a look here at this particular storm. Danny, do you have anything to add before I get over there?
Amanda Lynn would just like to know what to expect for Kearney.
Okay. Well, what you can expect right now, and again, I'm not seeing anything too exciting with that, so we're going to go back to reflectivity. Oops. Hold on. So here's Kearney. You've got some really, really good sized hail moving towards you. And I'm assuming Dalton, can you text Dalton and see where he's at so I can update his locator? So if you're watching the live stream, and I know my friends are smart Alex, but quit texting me, quit calling me. I'm live. I've got a whole plethora of people watching. We've got thousands of people watching, and I don't have time to return your text, so go away and ask me a question in the chat. So let's take a look at these storms here on radar. So, and what we're going to
Dalton said he's at the Gibbon exit.
Gibbon exit. So we are in. Okay, let's fix this to start with. So first thing I got to do is change his locator to Buffalo County, which we have. Sorry for my little outburst there, folks. It happens. So I want to go back to the analyst edition, and let's see here. We're going to go to from velocity to reflectivity. So. And there's a reason why I like this, and you guys are going away for just a moment. We're going to go to full screen. So for those of you who live in Kearney, I'm going to tell you exactly from the large hail to the northwest side of Kearney is 11.3 miles away. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to put on the storm path. So at 7:03 on our storm tracks, we're looking at the storms, at least the rain, and well, actually the worst part of the storm, the hail moving into the northwest side of Kearney by 7:03, and that's so we need to plan ahead. If we're in Kearney, especially the west and northwest side, especially the north and northwest side, we need to plan that it's going to be there by 6:53 because we always want to plan ahead. So that's the best advice I can give because we've got quite a bit of returns here, and when we see the DBZ or the reflectivity of 70, that is a storm top that's extremely high and an extremely powerful thunderstorm. So again, we're looking at, what did I say, 11 miles away, the hail. And again, we have hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So now is your chance, if you're in Kearney, and we're going to assume, because there's no reason not to assume, that this storm is going to hold together, because it should. All the indications are that it will. That we only have a few minutes. I mean, we've got a half hour potentially before the hail hits, but now is the time to do what you can. Get your car in the garage, bring your foo-foo dog in, your cat, well, I'll leave the cats out. Bring the kids in. I'm kidding, crazy cat ladies about the cats. Bring your pets in. Do what you can. Don't worry about the property as much as people, as life. But we're going to see 2-inch hail. That's fairly large hail. That's lime size hail. So, Danny, what do you have for me?
Jim Pittman Hauling would like to know if it's.
I need you to speak up.
Jim Pittman Hauling would like to know if it's hailing in Grand Island, and then Tabby Cummings, England. Any ETA on storms getting to Grand Island?
Well, right now, nothing is imminent for Grand Island because this storm that's not warned up by Caro is kind of wobbling up to the north. And we'll go back to reflectivity. We're on reflectivity now, but I want to go to a different view. And we're going to go to this view. And of course, here's Grand Island. Now watch what happens when it is not hailing in Grand Island. But look how that hail core just collapsed. So right now it's just rain. So, and it's kind of just wobbling to the north and northeast. So there's nothing imminent right now for Grand Island. Right, Danny? Are you still with
That's
me?
right. I'm still here.
You're back on the screen in the 4-box. Look at the wider view. Again, there's that very, very obvious, let me go back to full screen, very, very obvious outflow boundary right here. Laid out by the storms that were originally in this area and moved up this way. But they left an outflow boundary, and that's just a front. And it's a separation of the air masses. And that can be conducive towards a lot of things, storm development and sometimes rotation. So,
Looking out my window, Tim, I can see some nice mammatus clouds here in Hastings.
yeah, let's take a look at that. We should have that. Let me see if we can pull that up, which we should be able to. So here is the view from downtown Hastings. And you can just see these protrusions on the top part of your screen. It almost looks like popcorn. They're not a severe feature themselves, but they are associated with mature thunderstorms. So they're not producing severe weather, but they're part of the overall parent thunderstorm. So there's that. Got that, Danny?
Yep.
All right, just a sec. Okay, that kind of radar.
I do have a storm report from a train spotter. Near Amherst, biggest hail was 3 inches, and it broke out windows and hailed for at least 30 minutes. It's 4 miles west of Amherst.
Repeat that one more time.
4 miles west of Amherst, spotter reported 3-inch hail, and it hailed for about 30 minutes, and there was some broken windows.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully everybody can hear you. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear Danny okay. I can hear him okay, but the important thing is if you guys can hear him okay. So, really the focus, we've got this storm moving up towards Stromsburg, getting large hail. We've got this storm, the worst of the hail is just to the northwest and north of Columbus now. Central City, the hail is to your northwest. You're in the clear. Looks like hail's starting to regenerate a little bit just to the west of Caro. It's just a small little return there, just along and south of Highway 2. But the main concern right now is Amherst has got to be getting rocked right now. And I'm going to turn on, that's our main concern. Can you get an update from Dalton and see where he's at, please? Just shoot him a text. In
Buffalo County is going to be getting a new thunderstorm warning here in a minute, but will not include Kearney.
That will?
It will not.
So it looks like, well, by the nature of this, it looks like it might just skirt it. First it's wobbling to the south and then southeast. Now it looks like it's starting to turn. Let's put it back in motion. There's the new warning right here. And it basically just encompasses the old one. But, you can see it kind of wobbling. Boy, if we can, it might skirt the north side of Kearney, but man, if we can miss Kearney, that would be a huge win. Now, obviously there's winners and losers in all this, but you know that somebody is going to have damage, and we don't want that to happen anytime. So Hannah gives you a thumbs up, Naomi gives a thumbs up, so it sounds like everybody can hear you just fine, brother. So that is a good thing here. So far this old man's hanging in there pretty good. I'm trying to keep my energy level up. It's going to be a struggle to go all night, but I hate to leave everybody hanging with this all these storms.
Dalton's in Kearney right now.
All right, let's pull him up. So we've got Buffalo County, and so we're real close. You can see the area just above the tree line. That is the updraft of the storm, just underneath the darker part of the clouds. And that's where we're going to be watching for any rotation, any lowering of the clouds, any potential tornado. But as it stands right now, this is still north of the boundary. However, and Dalton and Danny, you both know that outflow boundary is lingering just south of Gibbon and kind of slowly sinking to the south. Now, we do have a new warning that just came up between Gothenburg and Kozad. So 50-mile-per-hour winds, that's not the concern. And right now, and I know, hold on, I'm having ADHD, so humor me. Danny, remind me. People are saying, is this going to be it for the night? Well, no, later. So remind me, we got to go over later tonight. And hey, I can even prove it. So I'm looking at you like I'm turning my head looking at you on the screen like it does any good. I'm not quite senile yet, but I'm on the way. So
you're well on your way, for what it's worth.
That's because I hang out with guys like you. Birds of a feather. So yeah, we're all kind of a crazy crew, but we all love what we do. 1.75-inch hail, and Danny, that is what size hail? Comparable to what? This is a quiz. 1 3/4-inch hail is what?
Oh, that'd be what?
You swing a club and you hit a ball.
Baseball.
No, golf ball. Baseball's way bigger. Come on.
I know, golf ball.
All right. Well, you're just trying to make me look smart, I know. So anyway, this threat goes for another 49 minutes. So it goes until 7:15. So we're getting into the evening hours. The time is 6:28. Boy, we've been live for what, an hour and a half, I think.
Yeah, it's been a while now.
So let's back up. You can see across the state. Now, we're using the radar in Hastings in the south central part of the state. That means we're going to get a little less of a view to the west and to the east, but you get the idea. There's all the storms. We have a lot of active weather. Now, for the people, what about my town? Right now, of course, we've got people watching off to the east, and there's a tornado warning in Iowa. Doesn't do any good for us. That's just the weather geek in me. But for now, Omaha is quiet. Okay, let's bring the Omaha radar up. These storms here are just creeping to the east and northeast, more almost to the north, ever so slightly. So these really, in my view, are not the threat over the next few hours for Lincoln, Omaha, Beatrice, southeast Nebraska. That comes later tonight, which I'll pull up. We'll go through here, and we get a second, we'll go through Futurecast and take a look at some of the latest data. But in the meantime, Omaha's quiet. That's okay. We need the rain out our way much more than you guys do, but I'm not going to deny anybody rainfall because I'm not that kind of a meanie. But as we look out this way, and this is Goodland, see how these storms are lined up? And I'm going to get rid of you guys. Oh, that's a shot for Dalton and Kearney. Look at that. That's a good looking.
That's a good shot.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to the beauty shot in just a minute. So let's go full screen with the radar. Here's what you need to know. We have a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 o'clock in the eastern half of the state. So the time is 6:30, almost. So we have a long way to go. And so these storms are just kind of lingering, slowly moving up, but we're going to see these storms emerging in here and moving that way as we get through the evening. Now this will be later because they're moving so slow, but eventually they'll pick up some steam and start to move a little quicker. But our timing from west to east, the Tri-Cities, I'd say after 9, 10 o'clock, Omaha after midnight, unless things change dramatically. But so we're not done. So if your town is extremely quiet, the big thing is, what about my town? What time will it hit my house? Well, it's not. If you're not in the path of any of these storms, it ain't going to hit your house in the near future. It's going to be later. So, Danny, do me a favor. That latest image that the Weather Service posted, can you break that down for me, real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to read what he said. The current model forecast trends, basically the storms that are in our area now should be diminishing within the next 45 to 75 minutes. But the storms off to the west, those will be intensifying and headed our direction with them approaching Furnace County around 9 p.m.
Okay. So we've got a couple. And one of the areas we expected to was more formation in the southeastern part of the state, as well as northeast Kansas and north central Kansas. So those storms would move up towards southeastern Nebraska, towards Lincoln and Omaha. So what I need to do here is going through the models. I need to turn off all the warnings. We're going to go to Futurecast because I know a lot of people want to know about later. So as we go to the models, let's see here. And I will pull it up. I'm just leaving the radar up for the time being, but I am going to pull this up in just a moment. Now, let's see. Most of this should be up. Okay, so let me go back up. I've got to juggle a bunch of stuff, so bear with me here. Okay, so this is Futurecast. This was Futurecast, and it will be Futurecast again. So this is tonight, because that's what we care about. So it's got the reflectivity values done, the DBZ, the reflectivity returns. Now that I pointed out, everybody's going to look at that and not worry about anything, but you don't need to for now. So I want to bring the entire state up. So this is this is now. And finally, and if you can see this, Danny, finally Futurecast latched on to what's going on now, okay? So I'm going to go through hour by hour. I will call out the time that the graphic is on because I don't have a timestamp in this view. So, but this will give us a really good idea of how these storms go through the evening. This is 6 o'clock. Obviously, we know that. What's going on, Dalton?
Hey Tim, right now I'm in Kearney. I'm right next to the Yeti Farm. Watching the storm roll right here to the west. Pretty mean looking storm.
Okay, I've got it up on the 4-box. Hang tight. I'm going to go through Futurecast and we'll get back to your shot, okay?
Alright.
All right, just hang tight. So yeah, that is a good looking storm. You're a little dark. You might try lightening it up just a touch, and if it's too light, we'll go back. But anyway, let's go through hour by hour. This is by 9 o'clock tonight, and then you can see how those storms get going in Fairbury to Fall City to Nebraska City, back up to Lincoln. Once again, this is 9 o'clock tonight. This is 10 o'clock. And then you can see all the storms. So this is a great opportunity to get some meaningful rainfall in the west and central part of the state, even the north central part. Now this is interesting because as you see around Beatrice, the storm starts to bow a little bit, which is a little farther east than what we anticipated. So we'll see. That would give us a wind threat. But I think we're going to predominantly have a wind threat as these storms move through. Now, Lincoln, it's knocking on your doorstep about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Omaha, 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning, as I said, after midnight. But that's how things look. Again, if I go back, this is 10 o'clock tonight. This is 11. So plan about an hour ahead, just in case. But because it doesn't always handle the timing exactly well. But this is why we're not done yet. There's our current storms that are going on. There's our storms to the west and southwest. And they congeal and start to move, and everything becomes kind of a big conglomerate of crud with embedded wind and hail in there. So that is a look at Futurecast. I want to go back to the radar, and obviously I want to bring in Dalton as well because he's got some pretty good views for us. So let's go back to this view of the radar, and then let's go ahead and bring Dalton in. Dalton, it looks a little shelfy out there. Now people are going to see this. Oh, that's a tornado. Not everything that hangs down from the sky is a tornado. So describe the view, what you're seeing there.
Yeah, right now I'm facing north. I got the camera facing northwest. Like I said, I'm sitting right here by Yeti Park watching this storm roll in. Another thing to note, I have some friends in Odessa that are at a wedding, and he just called me before I called you, and he told me that the winds are out of the north blowing to the south.
Okay. Outflow dominant?
Yep.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
you can almost see on radar, it looks like there's those outflow boundaries are the one from our earlier storm and this one are almost meeting right here just west of Kearney. So that might be something to watch, just having those boundaries slam together.
Okay, yeah, and we've been talking about that all evening. That storm, that initial storm you went after that went up in Hamilton County and went over to York County, that laid out the outflow boundary. So if I go back to radar here and put this in an animation, we'll be able to see it as we go back to, there's the outflow boundary that Dalton's talking about. That's oriented from Kearney back down to the southeast to Hastings. So again, this storm is just kind of moving to the northeast of that. But Danny, Jared from GI Scanner wants to contact you about reports. So if you can pull up GI Scanner on Facebook and send him a message, he can start relaying information to you. Okay?
Okay, yep.
So please do that while you've got some downtime. Dalton, go ahead.
Yep, just sitting here watching this storm roll in. I'm probably going to go I'm guessing my next step here is going to go to the west exit on I-80 at Kearney, and I'm going to cut down south down there towards Axtell, and kind of just stick with the storm, bounce around back and forth with it, and just kind of keep an eye on it and see. You can really see in my shot now, really getting that shelfy structure to it.
What on the?
Back up in.
On the sorry.
Back up in behind. No, you're back up in behind it. To the left of the stream, you're going to see a lot of low hanging clouds back up in there, and that's one of those deals where they might walk out of their house, see that, and oh man, it's moving, it's low to the ground, and they're instantly going to go to tornado. Not
or a funnel.
All these low hanging clouds, or a funnel. Not all these clouds are going to be tornadoes. Yes, there's a risk for it today. But as of right now, I think with this storm, I think we're leaning towards more of an outflow dominant storm.
Tell people what that means.
So your outflow dominant storms, instead of taking in the warm, moist air as an inflow storm, the outflow storm is pushing cold air out. So you're not getting the rotation of the two air masses mixing compared to an inflow dominant storm when it's ingesting that warm, moist air.
Well, and just to add on what you're saying, it actually is. It is actually ingesting the warm, moist air, but it's being overrun by the cold, drier, sinking air. And I can show that on radar. But we don't want precipitation depiction. We want velocity here. Now, what's happening here is we've got, again, here's the Christmas colors that the winds are here. These are the sinking air mass. This is the winds aloft coming down and sinking towards the surface on the live stream. And I need to go to the 4-panel. All right, so at what you're seeing here, let me start over so people can see this. Let me zoom in. We're right around Riverdale right now. So what Dalton is depicting here, you see the green colors around Riverdale. These colors are blowing in a general direction of the radar down in Hastings. These winds, this is cooler, dry air sinking from the upper levels of the thunderstorm. This is warm, moist air going into in the warm sector part of the thunderstorm out ahead of the rain that's being ingested into the thunderstorm. But what Dalton's talking about here is Dalton is talking about these winds here, these winds undercutting, and the warm moist air is overruns the sinking air. The cooler air is more dense. It sinks. The stable warm air mass is lighter. It rises much easier. So essentially, the best way it's almost like a mini cold front. So if you were imagine going out in the wintertime, remember the days when we used to get snow here, and you take your shovel and you scoop up, and you're shoveling the sidewalk, and how that the shovel is that sinking air mass lifting up, and the snow is the warm, moist air. Now, not the greatest analogy, but you get the idea that the shovel is lifting the warm, moist air over the shovel. So that's kind of what's happening. So again, these storms will become surface-based. We're not saying that the tornado threat is zero, but we have to watch very closely. But again, we have broad-scale rotation on this, Dalton, and you're obviously far enough away from the hail. But Danny, any hail reports in Riverdale coming out?
Nothing in Riverdale. The only thing I've got is from Ord, and it was 3/4 inch.
Okay. Well, let's go back
Can you hear me, Tim?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
There was a 3-inch hail report right west of Amherst at 6:14.
Okay. Well, that goes with, we were seeing 2-inch hail, and we were seeing up to baseball size hail, which is 2.5. So, the radar doesn't tell us everything all the time. So that's not surprising. So at all. So let's see here. We want to go back to this. So it looks like this outflow boundary, Dalton, is just sinking off to the south. And this storm is just missing the outflow boundary, and that's actually a good thing because we're getting very, very close to the interaction with this outflow boundary and the storm itself. I mean, it's just on the southeast side of Kearney. And let's see here, hang on just a second. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not even 10 miles from the precip and hail core to the outflow boundary. Tell me what you're seeing. Can you pull back and widen your shot, Dalton?
What would you like, Tim?
Can you pull back and widen your shot a little bit?
I can't widen my shot at all.
Okay. Well, why don't we give you some time?
Right now, Tim, I'm getting hit with this outflow wind.
Okay.
It just came through here. I'm having dust blow from my northwest going to my southeast. So definitely outflow as of right now. Still doesn't mean that it's not going to be a dangerous storm. It's going to be a strong storm. We have some good wind, potential for that hail and that big hail core up in there.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the predominant threat right now is hail, and it's pretty ominous looking. So we'll let you go. Call me. Why don't you reposition and call me back?
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, that's Dalton Olson. He is in the Kearney area on the west side of town watching this storm, which is a guerrilla hailer, at least has a history of being a guerrilla hailer. And Danny, you're back in with me here. Do you have anything? Why don't you go through the questions? I'm sure somebody's going to ask about Omaha or what about my town, or nothing's going to happen because it's all to my north or whatever. But that's okay. People are coming and going, and they may have missed my coverage from earlier. So that's why we keep repeating ourselves. But what can you offer?
Alicia Clampett would like to know, will Glenville get anything major tonight?
Will Glenville? Is that correct, Glenville?
Glenville, yep.
Okay, so Glenville, right now, you're in the clear, obviously. There's Edgar. Here's Glenville, right here. In Clay County, just southeast of Hastings. You're okay for now. So anybody south of Interstate 80, especially Highway 6, the southern tier of counties, need to keep an eye out for later on tonight, after 9 o'clock. Again, if I go back here, and again, this is well out of our viewing area, and I'm turning on the Goodland radar, and I'll go full screen. And let me turn Dalton off here real quick and turn radar back on. Okay, so this is what we're monitoring for later. So meaning this obviously is what's now. This is what is coming later. And this along that arrow is later tonight. So you'd be shocked. I've been telling people all night that you gotta wait till later. You gotta wait till the night. My friends are still, and my people are still blowing me up. Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get anything. And I keep saying, and sorry, I don't mean to exude any frustration. It's just, and for those of you just joining in, you're asking the question, nothing wrong with that because people are always coming and going. So you can't be held accountable for that. But these are my friends that aren't trying to annoy me. They just don't pay attention. Well, nothing's going on now. Remember, radar is a here and now product. It doesn't indicate the future. That's what our forecast models are for. So, sorry, I don't mean to sound terse, or upset. I'm not at all. So, I'm just a cranky old guy. So, again, this is what we're looking at later. Danny, any other questions?
Corbin Smallcombe, how about Gibbon? We were told there was a tornado in Amherst.
There was a tornado warning, but no confirmed tornado. So, again, there's no tornado warning, no confirmed tornado at all. So, just keep that in mind, that we're not worried about that. Looks like Dalton is repositioning, so we'll get off of that. We'll get to the 3 box with the two of us. Danny, any other questions?
Not at the moment, but Kearney Scanner reported hail damage in Elm Creek and that vehicles were damaged.
Did you and Jared connect?
Yes.
Okay, read that report one more time.
Kearney Scanner reported that there's hail damage reported in Elm Creek and that vehicles were damaged.
Okay, do we know what size?
No, I'm trying to find that out.
So there are other questions here. Let's make sure we get them all, because somebody wants to know about Wood River and Donovan, and they've got family camping. So let's make sure let's not leave anybody out. You see that, Danny?
Yeah, I'm just reporting back to Jared here.
Okay, so Shooting Stars wants to know, is Wood River and Donovan going to get anything? Again, your threat, now, again, this storm, if it continues to sink to the southeast, now the new warning on this is just coming out, is showing it's starting to sink this way. And this is where we have to get nervous, because here's the outflow boundary. Now, it may be weakening a little bit, but there's still a boundary there, and we still have to watch that. So in the meantime, this would put, there's Grand Island here, Wood River. If this continues, but it's been wobbling between northeast and east and a little bit of southeast. So again, if it interacts with this outflow boundary, we are going to see more continued movement this way. So what does that mean? Well, that means that, and I'm going to zoom in here as best as I can, and I'm going to go to full screen. And not on me, you don't need to see me. But what that means is if this starts riding down this boundary, this may very well just clip Hastings. Like that. May very well just clip Grand Island, but that would put Wood River, Shelton, Gibbon, Donovan, and just north of Kennesaw, and eventually Giltner and Harvard. So we'll see that the storm is moving 10 to 15 miles per hour. So you have plenty of time to watch it. But this storm has a history. Danny, this storm has a history of 2-inch hail, or is it larger than that?
This is the one that produced 3-inch hail.
Okay, that's what I thought. So 3-inch hail is just a touch larger than baseball. So that's pretty significant. So keep that in mind. Now we have a new warning on this Kozad storm for Dawson County, and golf ball size hail, and this goes until 7:30. So that's going to be going for a while in that area. And then, of course, I forgot to go through this. This is the Buffalo County storm that goes almost to, well, it's just Buffalo County. And looks like it might, no, it doesn't skirt into Kearney County, but this is tennis ball size hail, 2.5-inch hail. So that is significant. Tennis ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds with this. So I'll tell you what, when this is over, folks in Kearney, if this stays to the north, I'm not telling anybody to do this, but people better go to the casino tonight. All right. So again, this warning goes until the bottom of the hour. And new warning coming out, Danny. So we'll see what.
Yeah, this one's for western Nance County.
Okay.
Until 7:30, quarter-sized hail.
All right, there we go. So we've got, this is the storm right here, just west of Fullerton, and it's kind of a no man's land. It's going to move up to the west of Fullerton, but there's the warning right here. Goes for another 38 minutes, so that is until the bottom of the hour, or 7:30. So you have to forgive me, my throat's a little hoarse. I've been doing a lot of talking today. We've got a couple days to go with all this, so it just takes a toll on my voice, and it doesn't help if you have allergies as well. So I've got Danny to help me out a little bit. So I'm trying to nurse my voice as best as I can, but it's not always easy. So thanks, Chan, for that. You know everything, and thanks for helping. So
The Weather Service said they've had some 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported on weather stations northeast of Odessa.
okay, thank you for that. So again, we still have a hail threat out of this, but this is the storm that we're watching now, just on the north side of Kearney, and it is close. Let me tell you, Riverdale to the north, to points to the north, Amherst, Riverdale. Oh, just south of Pleasanton. So that's Highway 10 going through. No, that's not Highway 10, is it? Highway 11? Highway 10, that, yeah. But look at this hail right here, 175th Road, Riverdale Road, back to Evergreen Road. There's some very large hail on that. So without a doubt, we're going to have damage in this area from Amherst, which we've already heard reports of damage, as well as Riverdale and Pleasanton. So
My lights just flashed, Tim, here in Hastings.
power flash?
Now my lights started flashing.
From power flash?
I don't know what's going on, but my power went out for just a second.
So here's another great example. Katie messaged me. She's in Franklin. I'm not going to get squat. Well, she's either listening and watching and not paying attention, or she's not paying, or she's just not watching. But if she is, she's not paying attention. But again, the southern Terra counties are under the gun later on tonight. So I don't have time to text people back. So you're either watching or you're not. So that's all I can say. Dalton needs to lighten his camera a little bit. Tell him to do that for me, Danny.
Okay.
So anything else coming off the GI page or the Kearney scanner page?
Golf ball sized hail in Elm Creek.
Okay.
Said busted windshields and vehicle damage.
Let's turn on storm reports. So we should get that to populate. So we'll see some of these storm reports so we can go back over.
Virgil King says electric out north of Shelby.
Sorry, say that again.
Virgil King commented that the power is out north of Shelby.
Okay. Thank you for that report, Virgil. That's good to know.
And Kearney Press says the lights are flickering in Kearney.
I don't doubt that at all. So we have a new warning coming out. Check that one out for me, Danny. I'm trying to get some of these reports on here as well.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Hall County until 7:45. At 6:55, a severe thunderstorm was located over Cairo, or 14 miles west of Grand Island, moving east at 10. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds are the main hazard.
All right, Virgil, thanks for watching. Victoria, thanks for watching. Mon, thanks for watching. Kearney Press, thanks for watching. Obviously, we've got very, very large hail up to we've had reports up to baseball or larger, but they're tennis ball size. But right now, this warning is for tennis ball size hail. So, and this warning goes until the bottom of the hour or 7:15. So my apologies for being a little voice. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to power through it. It's going to be a long night, and we've got tomorrow and Monday to go as well. So it's allergy season, and I'm hoping some of this rain will help as well, kind of thwart that off. So Danny, jump in here and help me out a little bit.
Just had a report in Buffalo County, 60-mile-an-hour winds at the Hy-Vee in Kearney.
Okay. Yep, and let's take a look at these winds with velocity in that storm. Yeah, so look at this. Let's see here. So here is where the strongest winds are that we're getting. And this is sinking air. This is the winds that are the dry air that's sinking down from the upper levels down to the surface. So first thing we need to do is how far away is this, what we're going to measure and what we're going to inspect how far is this from the radar in Blue Hill? And these winds, we're looking 2,800 feet up into the storm, 42 miles away. This is 3,400 feet and 48 miles away. So we're looking up into the atmosphere. So, but we're still seeing fairly close to the surface. So whether these winds are translating down to the surface, they're definitely 3,000 feet off the surface here. At least aloft, northeast of Riverdale, we're measuring 70 miles an hour. You can see each little square here is a gate. We call it gate, they're gates, a gate-to-gate share when we're looking at tornadoes. But you can see that some of these winds off the surface are 70, upper 60s to low 70s mile per hour, that is. And here we've got, definitely have strong to severe winds. It's going right towards the airport. Here is the airport in Kearney. So those reports, especially on the north and northeast side of town, are going to be legitimate here as we get through time here. So the strongest winds, and let's put this in motion, and we can get a pretty good idea of where this is going. I'll back out just a little bit, but the worst is just north and northeast of Kearney here. Those light blue colors, the white colors represent very strong winds aloft. So probably translating down to about 60 miles per hour. Danny, what was that report you just said?
Well, I just got a new report actually, 3 miles northwest of Kearney. Large cottonwood limbs down, estimated to be 60 to 70 mile an hour wind.
That would be about right with trees. So we're going to see some tree damage on the north side of town and the northeast side of town for sure. UNL, or not UNL, UNK might get lucky. The south end of town, downtown, it may just stay to the north, but up there, up on the hill, where Target is and Hy-Vee and all that, especially north of that. And then there's that bypass. I don't know what you folks call it, but that kind of goes by the airport. That's where those strongest winds are going to be. So keep that in mind. And that's moving down towards Lowell and eventually towards Hartwell and Kennesaw if it holds together. Probably more like Kennesaw if it does, but we'll worry about that later.
And another storm report 1 mile north of Kearney, thunderstorm wind gust of 60.
Okay. See, there is the reflectivity. And I probably need to back out a little bit so folks can see it here. Reflectivity, the rain, the hail on the left, velocity on the right. We're looking at about 3,000 to 4,000 feet from the radar up in the lower levels of the storm. We don't know until we start getting more reports if that translates down to the surface, but 60 to 70 mile per hour winds surging towards the Kearney airport, towards Gibbon and Minden. That's from the Weather Service, which is exactly what I've been saying. So again, I think we're all on the same page, Danny.
Yeah, the Weather Service just said 60 to 70 mile an hour wind is surging toward
Kearney Airport
through Gibbon and Minden.
Yes, so the worst is obviously is the north and east. So keep an eye on Kearney Press. They're giving some reports. They're on the ground there. Aurora's quiet for now. You had storms earlier. I don't know if some of these storms we'll back out and I'll go over that area, but more storms later on tonight for those of you who are just coming into the picture here. I know people come and go quite a bit. We've got another round of thunderstorms later on tonight. It'll be late from west to east. This will be a line of storms, moderate to heavy rain at times, strong winds, and hail to the west. I don't know, the tornado threat seems to be kind of low, but it's not zero. So we're not going to worry about that too much. So let's see. So so if you're just joining in, we're looking at 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving east of Riverdale, just to the east and northeast of Kearney. I'll take off the split screen here so you can see it a little better. That's reflectivity. That's the storm. That's the rain, the hail, and then these are the winds. Now, what does this mean? Well, let me show you. So the greens are blowing towards the radar, and the green, the white, the blues. The reds are blowing away. I call this the Christmas colors. We use it for strong damaging winds that are sinking through the atmosphere to the surface, like situations like this, and we use it for tornado detection as well. So what we're seeing is these winds, are a component. They're more like out of the wet northwest, so they're blowing in, but that is a direction generally towards the radar. So they're sinking, it's dry air, and this is, we talked about this with Dalton earlier, this is undercutting the radar, right? The warm, moist air. So here's Dalton right here. Do we know, is he still in Buffalo County?
I'm not sure. I'll text him.
That's okay. Looks like he's in the rain. Can't really tell much, but we'll hold off on his live view for right now.
I've got another storm report here. 6 miles north of Riverdale, reports of quarter-sized hail.
Okay. North of Riverdale?
Yep.
Well, that's pretty lucky if that's all they had was quarter-sized hail there, because there's some pretty big gargantuan hail in the area. So we'll consider that a win from that report.
64-mile-an-hour gust reported in Kearney.
Good. Well, that matches what we're seeing on velocity. So that certainly makes sense. So here's where the rain is. Here's where the hail is. We'll zoom in as much as we can. I need to go full screen here. Obviously, we're getting down to street level. And this warning goes until the bottom of the hour. The time is 7:04. And that dark pink and the purples, now we have a new warning coming out. That is the worst of the hail, with the worst of it right here. So that's where the largest hail is. If there's hail in excess of golf balls, it's in that pocket right there. Now, this storm is moving this way because we've seen it move a little east, we've seen it move a little northeast. Now it's starting to take a right turn, is what we call it, and it's starting to move to the southeast. So that changes dramatically who's going to get affected. Now, the storm's moving slow enough that we've just extended out through Buffalo County and parts of Kearney County. So you can
This new warning is for a tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind.
So no change there with hail up to. That doesn't mean that every hailstone that falls will be tennis ball. That will be the largest stones, and it has a history of this. 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think we can say 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds with this. And again,
Ashton Baxa would like to know if they need to take shelter in Kearney.
well, you are in the warning. I mean, the worst of the storm depends on what part of Kearney you're in. Let me show the radar here, and I'll let them. I'm going to, as a meteorologist, say yes, but I give people the information and let them make their own decision, because we're all grown adults here. At least I think. I'm trying to get this warning off. Come on. All right. So, what side of town are you in? Nothing in Grand Island right now, Claire. So, Ashton, what side? I'll give you the information. The hail is on the north side. It's up Highway 10 between the north side of Kearney and Pleasanton. So, if you're going to drive up from Hy-Vee or Target up to Pleasanton, you're going to get smacked with hail. So, again, you could be like everybody else in Kearney and go look outside. But tornado, no imminent tornado threat out of this. This is a large hail and damaging wind event as this storm continues to move to the east-southeast. So, let me back up. So, here's the storm that's going to affect you. There is a new warning for Caro for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's in northwest Hall County right now. And that is moving towards Grand Island, but it's nowhere near as strong as what we've got off to your west around Kearney. So you still have a little bit of time. These storms are moving very, very slowly as well. So So, Danny, anything else to offer?
The Weather Service said they've measured wind gusts in Kearney of 50 to 60.
Okay. So I'm going to leave this right here. Let people ask questions. I need to give my voice a rest for a minute. So if you want to ask any questions, Alina wants to know about Arapahoe. You're going to be later on tonight as these storms move in from Colorado. But Danny, why don't you answer any questions? I need you to take over for a minute. I need to take a couple minute break.
Okay, sounds good.
So,
The thunderstorm warning for Dawson County has been expired.
okay. And if you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. Danny's watching the chat, and he will answer your questions for right now.
Nicole Wild's asking about Holdridge. Right now, Holdridge is probably not looking anything. Probably the second round of storms that we'll see later on the night's probably what will affect you in Holdridge. How's Grand Island? Grand Island right now, you've got a storm to your northwest. That might skirt to your north, or it might just clip you to the north. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit here in Hastings. Just looking out the window here. I've got a update for the thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm is located near Lexington, moving east at 15. The hazard on that is 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Just looking to see if there's any more storm reports. 2 miles north-northeast of Kearney, a storm gust of 64. 5 miles north of Kearney, quarter-sized hail reported. And it sounds like they blew the sirens in Kearney for that storm earlier. Yeah, I'm getting notifications now that the sirens are going off in Kearney.
Okay.
That'd be for the strong winds that we've been reporting. There's no tornado or anything like that on the ground at the moment.
I'm stepping back in the picture. Sorry, folks. I'm back. Let me go back to radar. There we go. Go ahead, Danny.
Just got another storm report of a 58-mile-an-hour wind at the Kearney airport. So that'd be why the sirens are going off, is the strong winds. It's not a tornado warning.
Okay. Sounds like a winter. I've haven't been feeling well the last month, and so I'm still recovering. I'm struggling a little bit here, so I apologize. The benefits of getting old here is just wonderful.
If anybody could comment what they're seeing in Kearney right now too, that'd be great.
Yeah, help us out. I mean, radar only shows us so much. So does the live picture.
Dalton said he's east of Kearney right now.
Okay. Let's go back to his shot and see what we can see. So we're just going to kind of sit on the radar. You can see where everything is. Caro, did you answer the questions about Caro? So, and I hate this because meteorologists and the press calls them tornado sirens, and I'm nitpicking, but they're outdoor warning sirens intended for use beyond weather. And so when you hear them, in the old days it was for the noon whistle and whatever. Then it became tornadoes, but then emergency management started sounding them for winds in excess of 70 miles per hour, I believe, and baseball size hail or greater. So it's a good idea because those kind of winds and hail can rearrange a lot of your property, including your face. But it's very confusing. So it's an outdoor warning siren. It's not just a tornado siren, but I'm nitpicking. I'm just trying to clarify. So if you're in Kearney and you hear the sirens going off, it is not for a tornado. So
Eric Meyer, he says he's located north of the fairgrounds and it's raining right now and the wind just picked up. Corbin Slocum, he's east of Kearney. He's got high winds and a little bit of rain and lots of dust blowing around.
Eric is there. Let's see here. Yeah. So it's hard to really, here's Kearney itself right here. I'll turn off the animation. The worst is to the north, but the strongest winds are on the southern flank of that. But the rain, it's possible that it may not even be raining on parts of Interstate 80 and even to the south down by the river. But when you get into the rain, the hail's not too much farther behind that as well. So, Gibbon, you're in the path. You're just about there. Shelton, you're next. Denman, Prosser, Wood River eventually. Here's Grand Island. And when I animate the radar, that storm now is starting to get sucked into the storm to the west. So we're seeing some congealing here with this. Obviously, the storm around Kearney is the dominant storm. So that's going to become one storm eventually. So keep that in mind. They are moving towards Grand Island. This one is moving towards Lexington and Dawson County. God, they're moving so slow, but unfortunately right down Highway 30, right down Interstate 80 as well. And Gothenburg, you're in the clear for now anyway. Lexington, it's just off to your west. Overton, you're okay for a little bit, at least for now. Elm Creek, you're okay. Odessa, you're okay. These storms off to the south around Elwood don't look very exciting. Stockville, you're okay. This next storm down to the south will probably become Warren at some point. Then, of course, we go back to the north and east. Osceola still has hail in the area, although that core is weakened. Some of these storms are kind of pulsing the hail core, and that's typical with thunderstorms. Hail core grows, gets larger, it gets stronger in intensity, produces larger hail. It spikes in intensity, then it weakens. They pulse kind of, and that's typical to what we're seeing here. As we look up around Fullerton, the worst of the Nance County storm is to the west and northwest. Just pretty much rain east of Palmer. There is a little bit of hail just to your east of Palmer. Clark's, you're okay, just some rain. And of course, this is the storm that we're watching now. Obviously, folks are watching up around Burwell and Ord and Loop City, and no warnings up that way, although we do have this warning in Greeley Center, so I don't want to, or west of Greeley Center, Greeley County, as well as parts of Valley County. This particular warning, 1.25 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And of course, we just got a new warning that came out as well. So this encompasses just west of Cedar Rapids and Primrose. Same size, $half size hail, which is 1.25 inch and 60 miles per hour. So, Danny, you with me?
Yep. Sarah Piper just reported, Kearney, it's raining like crazy and windy. Rocco SJ would like to know what to expect in Grand Island.
Listen, just joined us. Here's Grand Island. This storm is kind of just moving. It's starting to congeal with the dominant storm to the west. So eventually you're going to get some rain, but it's right for now. It's just off to your northwest. So keep that in mind. The worst of the hail is just to the west and northwest of Caro. Just up Highway 11 to the north of Caro, up towards the highway, up towards the high school up there, and then to Highway 11. Of course, that splits to the east and goes through Danabroad, but then you've got the other highway that goes towards Bolus, which is Howard City. And right now the hail is between Bolus and Caro. So right now you're okay for now in Grand Island. There will be another round of storms, and for those of you who just joined in, if you're watching south of Interstate 80 and it's quiet where you're at, listen to me. There's another round of storms expected later on tonight, after 8, 9 o'clock in southwestern Nebraska, McCook, and points to the east, and then after 9, 10 o'clock in Furnace and Frontier counties and Phelps counties, as well as Harlan and Franklin counties. So a lot of people are messaging me or saying, well, we're not going to get anything. Well, just because you're not getting it now doesn't mean you're not getting anything. Radar shows us the here and now. It doesn't show us the future. All right? What we're doing is looking at right now analysis. We can see the history by the animation of where it was, but that's it. So new thunderstorm down by Beatrice getting going. Now we're getting at 7 o'clock, 7:19. We're starting to get some of these other storms that are developing as expected. This would be, technically we can call this round 2 of the storms off to the east. So again, any of these could be severe. They are severe. That Wilbur, that's Saline County, as well as Jefferson and Gage counties. 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and that's moving up to the east, or northeast, excuse me, about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Okay. How we doing, Danny?
Good. Jeffrey Warner, what does the black mean on the radar?
The black? The county
Yeah, it's just the
outline?
higher dB. No, on the radar on the storms, it's just a higher DBZ rating. It's just a stronger part of the storm.
Oh, and there is a power outage reported in Polk County. It's estimating 86 customers out, or 2.3%. So far, they've tracked 3,700 people. So that's what that outline is right there. Is here, Stromsburg, Osceola. There's a power outage in that county. So. Who else is asking about somewhere I just covered 2 minutes ago?
Jason Ruskamp, temperatures dropped about 10 degrees, wind died, just starting to rain in Gibbon. Kenny Azerbon, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, would like to know about Lexington.
Well, Lexington's about get ready to get hit. We need to switch back to the radar.
Justin Zimmerman just said no power near the Good Sam Hospital.
Next to where?
Good Sam Hospital. And sirens are going off in Gibbon.
Okay. Where is Good Sam Hospital? Is that in Gibbon? Or is that Kearney?
That would be Kearney, I would assume.
Okay. That's what I thought. Just making, yeah. All right, so the question about Lexington, here you go. You've got very large hail knocking on your doorstep. 2-inch hail, that's lime size. It's a little bigger than golf ball size hail, and it's pushing right down Highway 30 and Interstate 80. And it's knocking on your doorstep. If it's not there, it will be in a few minutes, especially if you're on the western part of town. So,
Emergency manager for Buffalo County says there's power lines down. They're not sure how many are out of power at the moment.
sorry, I gotta click out here to get out of that. Okay, so one more time, Danny. Did Darren say?
The Buffalo County emergency manager reports that there's power lines down and that there's power loss in Kearney. He's not sure how many people are out of power at this time.
Okay. We should get an outline for Buffalo County at some point. If it gets reported by the power company, it's probably too early to get that yet. But Kearney, and let's go back to the winds here, because it's obviously had a history of very, very strong winds. So, and the good
Yeah, and the winds are why the sirens would be going off in Gibbon. I've had a few people report that.
well, the good news is the winds have weakened. And let's put this in an animation and show folks if I've gone back far enough. So there you can see those stronger, the whites, the deep, well, the whites and the kind of the very light blues. But it's weakened as it's moved east, so that's good. So at least aloft, where we're measuring, 3,000, 4,000 feet up in the storm, we're measuring 65, 70, 72 miles per hour. That's gone now. So that's good. So we're turning more into a hail threat out of this as well. So that's good. So let me go back to.
Got a new thunderstorm warning. Northwestern Phelps, northeastern Gosper, southeastern Dawson. At 7:22, a severe thunderstorm was located over Lexington, moving southeast at 20. The hazard was golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Okay, so that's this storm right here. It does include Overton. That's obviously the direction it's moving. Also towards Westmark, excuse me. And eventually it's moving right down Interstate 80 and Highway 30. So if you're in the path of this, the new storm is warned. The good news is the max hail size, Danny, has gone down to golf ball 1.75. I mean, it's still significant hail, and it will do damage, but it's better than 2-inch.
Yeah, it's gone down along with the wind. It seems to have gone down a fair amount.
Yeah, but keep in mind 60-mile-per-hour winds driving golf ball size hail. That's pretty consistent, so that can do some damage. So it's an improvement, but not exactly where we want to be. So now I'm trying to clear this out. I don't know if it's my mouse or the computer or what, but it's just trying to clear that warning out is tough. So, and I'm about
Jacob Vega says he's lost power in northern Kearney. Nick Mortensen, Kearney, power is out around Meadowlark Elementary.
Okay. And I wouldn't doubt it at all.
And Kayla Sloan says the power was flicking in Gibbon.
And I don't doubt that at all. And the storm's just on your doorstep right here. So let's just leave it here. I mean, we've got Gibbon and Shelton about ready to get hit. We've got Lexington that's getting hit right now. We have new warnings that just came out, an extension from Gibbon. This includes now Wood River and Kennesaw, so it extends into Danny, into parts of Hall County as well as extreme northwestern Adams County.
Yeah, that goes until 8:15.
Okay. Hail size?
Hail 2-inch and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah. So that is, here's the extension that was added on. Essentially, everybody else to the west of that was already in the warning. This is an extension of that. So obviously Wood River, Kennesaw, you're in it. We still have a little bit of time before the storms get there. Storms are moving very slowly. So Lexington, the west side of town, is going to start getting hammered right now. Now, not every hailstone, Danny, will be 2-inch in diameter, but there's going to be a lot of it. So bringing Dalton back in and looking at his live feed, we've been neglecting him a little bit, but it doesn't look like we've got much to show right there. So he'll call if he has something. And if you can hear me, I'd be interested in finding some damage from hail behind the storm, especially in Kearney. If you can find some damage for us that we can show on the north or northeast side of town, as much as I hate to show it, that would be fine. So, Danny.
Jason Ruskamp just reports that Gibbon has lost power. The north side of Gibbon has lost power.
Okay. Thank you for that, Jason. I appreciate that. So obviously these storms are, whether through hail or wind, are producing enough wind and hail to knock power out. So here's our Lexington storm. You can see if I There's Highway 30. There's Lexington Regional Health Center. Just starting to get hail right now. The worst is about a few blocks to the west. We're going to see in the next scan or the next update, we're going to definitely see that hail is firmly entrenched over Lexington. So please take shelter now. And it's too late to worry about anything outside. Your cars, your kids, you have to. Your trampoline, your lawn furniture, your steak on the grill, your dogs, maybe your cats. Now, obviously, we don't want kitty cats to get pelted, so I will get all the crazy cat lovers calling me and messaging me, and they'll never let me go. So we love cats.
I do have a new report from the Buffalo County Emergency Manager.
Go ahead.
Damage reported in Kearney from Avenue X to 39th at the fairgrounds. Pulls on homes and power lines across the roads. And then north and on Highway 10, a pivot turned over.
Okay. So it's got to be on the north side of town, right?
Yep. He also reported that Gibbon has lost power.
Well, I don't doubt it. So here's a hail report in this part. 1 inch hail being reported by the public. Where you see that little triangle right there. We're going to get a whole slew of reports coming in. Out by Miller, 1.7 inches reported by Fire and Rescue. So this is the game. I mean, it looks like it's going to just going to miss Hastings to the north, but we'll see. But if you're in Doniphan, get ready. Let's see how far these storms are away from certain communities.
Beverly Pettit says thunder and lightning back in Hastings, and yeah, I can hear a little bit of thunder too.
So here is the rain, and what we want to know now, the leading edge of the rain right now is just knocking on the doorstep of Wood River. Shelton should be at least getting light rain right now. Gibbon, you should be having a mix of moderate rain to hail, especially on the north side of town or just north of town. Obviously, that's moving off to the southeast. Dannebrog, you're in the clear. I mean, you're in the clear for severe weather right now. So is Bolus. It's just south of you. But, Carol, you're getting smacked again. Somebody in the next 30 seconds is going to ask about Grand Island. So you're okay for now, but we have to watch the storms to your west. People in 30 County, Clay County, as well as Hastings, what about my town? We'll be watching this. Now, keep in mind, if these storms hold together, and again, let's chart this out. And let's do some drawing. There's the north side of that warning. There's the south side. All right. So, and again, the cone of uncertainty, we get a little more uncertain as we go farther out in time. So that's why it's narrower at the beginning of the storm and branches out and gets wider as to the farther away from the storm. So the purpose of this is now we've got this storm that's now affecting Lexington. If this holds together, we've got this scenario, and this might be a little more this way, so we could see this go a little more. Whoops.
Jason Ruskamp says Pete a marble-sized hail, and I believe he was in Gibbon.
Okay. Can you use a different? P is fine. Marbles come in all different sizes, so if you can equate with either like pennies, dimes, nickels, that would be extremely helpful. Please. So that's where we're looking potentially where the storms are going. So Minden, Hartwell, Roseland, Hastings, Trumbull, Giltner, 30 County, Blue Hill, obviously Elm Creek, Kearney. You might get skirted by the north side of this Lexington, but again, that's where we're looking at in time. Now, so I've done my fancy drawing. How far is this storm to Hastings? If the storm around Lexington were to hit Hastings, it's still 65 miles away, all right? If this southern part by Denman were to hit Hastings, it's only 23 miles away. Same for about 24, 25 miles away from Trumbull. So you get the idea. So we've got a ways to go. Now, something else to consider. Look what I got here, Danny. We've got this sinking outflow boundary that's continuing to move south. And if we put this in motion, we should be able to see that. So when Dalton has talked about outflow dominant winds, he's talking about winds coming out, blowing out ahead of this thunderstorm. So again, I haven't used this analogy yet this year. Think of a whoopee cushion. You fill it up, and then you sit in that whoopee cushion, aside of the fart noises, okay? And all that air comes out of it and collapses. Well, I'm not saying the storms are just collapsing just yet, but when we're getting that boundary coming out of the storms, out ahead of this, that could get some new convective development, but it's definitely a sign that these storms are outflow dominant, which would tell me that right now we don't have to worry about a tornado threat, at least not as much. So, Danny, do you have anything to offer? I need a break here for a second.
Yeah, Kearney Press reports power poles are tipped over on East 39th, just east of the fairgrounds. And then I had another report from the Buffalo County Emergency Manager reporting some flash flooding at 145th, and I think he's trying to say Highway 10 intersection.
Got it. All right, so read that one more time.
Flash flooding reported at 145th and Highway 10. Water was over the intersection.
Kearney Press wants to know where we can send pictures. Why don't you respond to him and give him your email address?
Okay.
Or he can send them to your Facebook page just through Messenger. I don't care how he does it, but why don't you give him that? And then we can get those to air. Thank you very much, the folks at Kearney Press, for helping out. We very much appreciate the help in the report. So, again, Danny Zay joining me, Dalton Olson's in the field. I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Jones. I know my voice is extremely hoarse. Bear with me. Try to look past that and just know I'm trying to get you the most accurate and up-to-date information possible. I've been under the weather, was in the hospital about a month ago. Got to have some surgery in 6 weeks. This isn't the day in the life of Tim Jones, but I am struggling a little bit, so I'm doing the best I can, but Tim will get better. So fevering a little bit right now, so hence the sweatshirt, because my AC is running, but just be patient with me. I'm not always like this, but if it's the first time you're watching, I apologize, but we're only human, and we do the best we can do. Danny?
Kearney Airport just had a wind gust of 70.
That came from the Weather Service?
Yep.
All right. So, most of the storm is that a report? Oh, that gust occurred at 7:19, so
Yeah, yep.
20 minutes ago or so? Give or take? 15 minutes ago? So here is the airport's further north, I believe. Airport's up in here. But the worst, now Kearney should just about be in the clear. And luckily for now, this big hail core, Danny, is moving through right between Shelton and Gibbon. So, boy, if we could sneak right through those towns, unfortunately Highway 30 is getting pelted. And let's see what do we know for that warning, Danny? What is the estimated hail size or up to? Can you get that for me?
Yeah, let me take a look here.
So, boy, if we could slide this hail core through right between Gibbon and Shelton, man, that'd be a win.
2-inch hail.
Okay. Yeah, and right now it looks like about golf ball to me. Hang on just a second. All right, Danny, you're back. I'm back. I apologize. I had to hack. So we're getting a lot of reports. Has anybody asked lately, are we going to get anything down south tonight? Do I need to address that?
Stephanie Miller is wondering if Aurora, Nebraska will get hit by these storms west of Grand Island.
You know, see how this storm is congealing up to the north here? We're just going to have to watch it because this is becoming one big complex, and we just have to watch which way it moves exactly. So stand by. You know, you're going to get hit by something. Every indication with the instability and the parameters are in place that it should hold together. So just keep in mind, just hold together. So is Grand Island about to be hit? Right now, eventually, yes. But you can see that this storm is the dominant storm around Gibbon and Wood River is taking over. So these storms are moving so slow that they're just kind of meandering. And
Hey Tim, I just got some good pictures from Kearney Press. Would you like me to send those to you in Messenger?
you could probably put them in and share your page through Zoom, and then I can bring you up in the 3-box, and we can see it that way.
Okay, let me try and figure out how to do
load
that.
those, and if you're successful, it should take over your screen, and then I'll just show you. I'll just bring you up. Rocco, you're welcome, and Misty, Kearney. Well, the storm is just to your north and east, so your fun is over for now. But we have to look out to the west with the storms off to the west. So, Danny, let me know if you have any luck. And while you're doing that, text Dalton and see what he's up to, please.
Okay.
Looks like he's killed his feed because he doesn't have anything. But maybe text him and see if he can find some damage.
Okay.
So it looks like we just had a flash flood warning come up. And it goes for 6 hours and 5 minutes. So that would go till what, 1 o'clock in the morning? 2 o'clock in the morning, actually 2 in the morning. No, I'm sorry, 1:45, excuse me, brain farting there. So that's the area here in green where the flash flood warning is. I'll draw it out because it may be hard if you're watching on your phone. From Shelton to the southwest, north side of Kearney, up to just north of Elm Creek, to the north, just northeast of Sumner, back to the east, and then to the west of Pleasanton, then back to the southeast to Shelton. That is the flash flood warning. So it would include Riverdale and Amherst. So if you have any flooding or flash flooding in your area, please let us know. So, Dan, any luck?
Put it in the Zoom chat and see if that works, maybe.
Yeah, you should.
Okay, so-
You should be able to just bring the pictures up full on your desktop and then hit share screen.
Okay.
Let me know if you have any luck. We'll continue to go through radar. I'm going to go full screen here. So we haven't looked at this storm, and I apologize for those of you who are watching down in Gage and Jefferson and Saline counties. Most of the action is in the central and the west, so I didn't mean to forget about you folks. But new activity, and we expected this activity right about now. We do have these storms being warned for $half size hail. That's 1.25 inches, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. And there is another storm down to the south of that that'll eventually move your way as well. So another storm starting to get going, starting to go around Ashland. No warning on that yet, but we'll watch this stuff. So
I shared my screen with you, Tim. Let me know if it shows up.
yeah, it's most of the screen here. We're in a squeeze back. What are we looking at? Tell me, because that looks like flooding, or what are we seeing?
It's power poles down in Kearney.
Okay. Okay. Do you have another one?
Yeah, I do. Let me get it pulled up here. And he said this is just east of the fairgrounds in Kearney, east of 39th Street.
Okay. Hang on just a second. I want to go full, go a little wider here. Okay. So if you have another image, go ahead and share it.
Yep, I just pulled another one up there.
Okay. Hasn't come up yet. Well, we'll come back to that. Why don't you, let me think here. Why don't you email those, let's see. Why don't you send those to me on Messenger?
Okay.
And I'll try to get those to air, okay?
Okay.
So the time is 7:45. We've got Mr. Dalton. What's up?
Hey, Jim. Hey, just wanted to let you know I'm heading to my house. I'm gonna grab some grass, fix my camera that's giving me some fits, and see the kids quick, and then kind of hang out for a bit and wait for this next round of storms to come up through.
Okay. Where are you right now? Have you seen any damage by chance?
I haven't seen anything.
Of course, you're in the warm sector.
That was the topsoil. Yeah, the most damage I saw was the funny soil blowing around.
I mean, we're getting a lot of damage reported in Kearney, north side of Kearney, and points to the west and north of there. So go ahead and regroup, Danny and
I
I.
know when that storm was coming right towards Kearney. It looked like it was gonna kind of come right through the center of town with the hard stuff of it, but storm turned right a little bit and ended up kind of sparing the majority of Kearney.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for letting me know, and check back in with me later.
Yep, I will. I think Ethan's going to come out, and he'll be out with me tonight for this potential MCS deal.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
All right, talk to you later, Tim.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, that's Dalton Olson taking a little break here. With the storm tracking in the field, before we get the next round later. So let's see here. Danny, I'm just looking at your pictures here. See some blowing dust. Hard to depict those power lines. Okay, now you can see the power lines blown over. All right, we'll try to get these to air at some point. So any other comments or questions, Danny?
Let me look here. Kara Black would like to know how Kennesaw is looking.
Well, Kennesaw may just get clipped. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning right now, but it looks like it may just clip you. Now, you're still in the warning, but let me put the radar in motion. You can see how it's just kind of meandering to the east and northeast. These storms have been all over the place, and there's really no rhyme or reason or a definitive route with where they're going. So just be on alert, because if this one doesn't get you, assuming this one in Lexington holds together, and these are the main show with the largest hail, this one might move your way as well. So it's nothing's imminent. It is to your northwest, about 10 miles or so. I'm sure you can see it. You can probably hear thunder, maybe even see lightning, but it looks like it's trying to skirt away from you. So, Danny? Mr. Zadeh?
Elizabeth Ann Sample would like to know if Sutton is going to get hit.
A lot of people in Sutton, eventually. So, if this stuff keeps moving your way, this will be round one, and then we've got this stuff off to the west that we're watching. Let me get to full screen. So this stuff, and I'm using the Goodland radar, which is loading. But this stuff here is going to move to the east later on tonight, so we're watching that as well. So not only do we potentially have this stuff coming through, and I think what's going to happen, Danny, as we go through, is I think we're going to see. Let me get in a spot where I can draw on this. I think what we're going to see is slowly this line and this line, your cluster, start to congeal and become one big line. And how it orientates, it could bulge out. These could be the dominant storms to the north and east, and then we get this cluster back here. So again, it's working on 8 o'clock. We've got a ways before it gets here, but this activity off to the west, assuming it holds together, will be more of a wind threat in time as we get closer towards the midnight hour. So I know there is a question, what is the black? That represents a power outage being reported. That's Buffalo County power outage. If you see those showing up on the map, that is power outages. The county will be outlined. Now, this doesn't mean that everybody in the county is without power. It means that we have power outages. Same in Polk County as well. So checking on Lexington. Danny, check the hail size estimate for me, but the worst.
I actually just got a report from Lexington on it is golf ball sized hail that was reported there.
Okay. Well, that's going to rearrange the furniture quite a bit. And the worst is Interstate 80 and south, although there is some golf ball hail in Lexington. This storm is moving east-southeast towards Overton, and we'll continue to watch that. These storms are moving like 10, 15 miles per hour, if even that. So Sutton, if these storms hold together, they're going to potentially move your way. But if they don't, you're definitely looking at later on tonight with the main cluster or the main line coming through 30 counties. So we're watching, but yes, the answer is yes. The timing is later. I'm not going to give you at 10:49, but you're going to have to stand by. Obviously, things are quiet for now, but they are very, very slowly moving your way. So again, Saline County, southern, southwestern Lancaster County, Gage County, new warning here, 60 mile per hour winds, golf ball size hail. Let me move that over so folks can see it. This
Hey, Tim, I'm going to step away for just a second.
All right, great. This warning goes until 8:30, so keep that in mind. And I need to remove, get warm in here now after kind of having the chills. Got my sweatshirt off now. So anyway, so we've got those storms off to the east. Up by David City, I'll switch radars. We've got some hail, just Platte County, as well as David City. Golf ball size hail, and Butler. So part of Butler County, as well as I believe part of Platte County as well. So for hail up to 1 3/4 inch or golf ball size hail. So got to zoom out to get this warning off. That's pesky. So for everybody that's watching, whether you're watching on Facebook or Channel 45 on Cobalt, Roku's down, or YouTube, or is the live stream coming through okay? I know my voice sucks, so I apologize. Pardon my French. I'm struggling, and I'll admit it. But is the quality of the live stream okay? Another question for Gibbon. Gibbon, you're okay now? Let me pull the radar back up. So this storm is just moving past you. Shelton's getting hit. Wood River's going to get hit. The only thing with Gibbon that we have to watch for is these storms off to the west that's just starting to exit Lexington. I'm going to turn up the bit rate a little bit here. That might help the stream a little bit. See if that helps any. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Ryan. Hope that answers your question, Landy, about Gibbon. Bonnie, thank you. A lot of people. I want to say welcome to the folks from the Nebraska Storm Chaser page that are watching for the first time. My apologies, my voice is not great. Been a little under the weather off and on, but we'll maintain through this. We have a long time to go here. And a short time to get there. How's that? I think that's Smokey the Bandit reference.
I'm back, Tim.
Okay. So I need to take about a 2-minute break. I'm going to turn on NOAA Weather Radio. I just need to take about a 3-minute break. And you can listen to Weather Radio. Danny, I'm going to mute you off, but I just need to step away for a second. And I will be back. So I'm going to leave my mic on.
Programming originates from the National Weather Service in Hastings, proudly serving south central Nebraska and portions of north central Kansas. Severe thunderstorm watch information. Severe thunderstorm watch number 211 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Sunday for the following counties in Nebraska: Adams, Buffalo, Clay, Fillmore, Hall, Hamilton, Howard, Merrick, Nance, Polk, Sherman, and York. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, severe thunderstorm watch number 211 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Sunday for the following counties in Nebraska: Adams, Buffalo, Clay, Fillmore, Hall, Hamilton, Howard, Merrick, Nance, Polk, Sherman, and York. Your National Weather Service 7-day forecast for portions of south central and central Nebraska, including Hastings, Grand Island, and Central City. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms likely. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail in the evening. Some thunderstorms may produce damaging winds and large hail after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. East winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts to around 30 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation 70%. Sunday, windy. Mostly cloudy with slight chance of showers in the morning, then partly cloudy with chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 90s. Southeast winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts to around 40 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning information. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 p.m. for northwestern Adams, northeastern Kearney, eastern Buffalo, and southwestern Hall counties. At 7:55 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Shelton, or 19 miles southwest of Grand Island, moving east at 15 miles per hour. Hazard, golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar indicated threat. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe storm will be near Wood River around 8:05 p.m. This includes Interstate 80 between mile markers 287 and 302. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 08:15 p.m. for the following counties in Nebraska: Adams, Buffalo, Hall, and Kearney. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards, station WXL 74, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.400 megahertz from a tower near Giltner, Nebraska. Severe weather, or in rare cases an urgent non-weather situation, is occurring at this time within central, south central, or east central Nebraska. Please stay tuned for the latest information. Severe thunderstorm warning information. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 p.m. for northwestern Adams, northeastern Kearney, eastern Buffalo, and southwestern Hall counties. At 7:55 p.m.
Okay, I'm back.
Let me just get reset.
Yep, I'm here.
I'll get back to your questions in just a moment here. Yakking nonstop for however many hours takes a toll on you, especially on your voice. When I was live for an hour this morning, and guess what? We still have tomorrow and Monday to go through. So, Central City, that's it. Danny, is that the next? Thank you, Riley, for those comments. I appreciate you watching. And let's see, is that the next Central City? So right now you're good. You have to watch the storm off to the west that's moving towards Grand Island. So it looks like some type of strong to severe weather is going to affect Grand Island, Donovan. It doesn't look like the way it's currently moving. It might change. Now it looks like it's moving more north. These storms have been wobbling east and southeast and northeast and north because they're moving so slow. So we'll just have to watch this, minute by minute. There's the Lexington storm that's consistently moving right down Interstate 80, Highway 30. But these two are the strongest storms right now, just kind of clipping Wood River. Danny, what do you got?
Chief Sculptor would like to know, is there any tornado threat with these storms?
I need you to speak
Chief Sculptor, any tornado threat with these storms?
Well, the threat's not zero, but because these storms are predominantly outflow dominant, meaning the cooler, dry air is undercutting the warm, moist air, we're seeing mostly wind and hail with these. So while I'm not overly concerned right now, I can't say the threat is zero right now, but nothing imminent. We had one tornado warning earlier. That was radar indicated. That was northwest of Kearney. Where was that? Pleasanton? Or was that Pleasanton area?
Oh, that tornado. Yeah, it's kind of right around there.
Yeah, no confirmed reports. That was radar indicated. It showed promise for a little while, but it didn't hold together. It did produce some strong winds on the north side of Kearney. So Central City, I think we got that. Fremont and Omaha, we were due for that. That's fine. We've got one storm that's moving towards Yutan, kind of towards Fremont. These are slowly kind of meandering your way. These to the south around Crete and Wilbur, just northwest of Beatrice. They're moving to the north, at least for now. And these will continue kind of at least move towards Lincoln or skirt Lincoln, Hickman, some of the Eagles, Waverly, some of the surrounding communities there. But Omaha and surrounding areas for now. The worst, obviously, and it's 8 o'clock now, is going to be later on tonight. So that's how things are looking now. Hi, Danny. How are you?
Peachy.
What do you got? Anything for me?
Let's see. Gage Lewis, what's the storm going to do in Grand Island?
Well, right now there's pockets of hail. You should be getting some at least light rain. Right now, the west side of Grand Island should be getting light to moderate rain. The hail is still off to the west. Here, and here, okay? That's where the hail pockets are right now. Now, as I put this in motion, future scans are going to show different areas. So, the expansion, so we'll have to watch and see where the hail ends up. But you can expect some hail in Grand Island. This particular storm has had a history of up to, I believe, Danny, 2 inches in diameter, but it's not doing that now.
No, I haven't seen any huge hail reports for quite a while, actually.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any wind reports either.
Yeah. And Farwell is up to the north, right?
Yeah.
Boy, it's been so long since we've been live because the weather is so quiet. I used to be able to go to every single town, and I know it's up in this area. Help me out here. Oh, there it is, just west of St. Paul. So that's because it's so small. Unfortunately, you're in a small town, but just to help you out if you're watching on your phone, here's Farwell. I'll redraw it. I'll zoom out here. So here's St. Paul. And Farwell's obviously right over here. So you're kind of skirting right in between, or you have skirted right in between for now, but we got more storms on the way later tonight. So, Corey, where do you want to see the town names? There's a lot of towns in Nebraska. So, again, here's Wood River. You know, I got to remember a lot of people are watching on their phones. Here's Wood River, here's Shelton, here's Caro up here, here's Grand Island, and here's Donovan. So Donovan's here. So if you need, I'll be happy. There's Donovan there. Here's Wood River, you should be able to see that. So, and here's Grand Island. So right now, Hastings is down here. And we are clear, but remember, because somebody's going to ask, well, are we not going to get anything? We still have that stuff off to the west that'll be coming our way later on tonight. So, go and pull it. This will help a lot too. So, you want to see a town on the map? Just tell me what you want to see and I'll zoom in on it. Happy to do it. So we're looking at Wood River. There's the hail cores right here. Caro got some hail just to the north. Wood River just to the north and west of it. Then, of course, we have to look back. Still a pretty substantial hail core just outside of Lexington. Here is Lexington. Here's Overton. This is Westmark. And this is Highway 23, I believe. Elwood and Loomis is down here. Bertrand is here. Hopefully that helps a little bit. You know, if you look at this latest scan, you know, this storm right by Lexington, most of the large hail is just off to your east and southeast now. So Overton, you're next in line. You know, it's starting to just kind of wobble a little north of east. So again, these storms are all over the place. So Liz wants to see Norfolk, or as we say in Nebraska, Norfolk, which I have no idea why, but I know the story. Excuse me. So here's Norfolk. Let me get back on the radar here. Danny, just interrupt me. Here's Norfolk right here. And we have storms in the area. That circle there is Norfolk for whatever you prefer. We've got some large hail this way, but there's no warnings on any of these storms, but there is some hail to the west of Norfolk, Battle Creek, Meadow Grove, as well as to the north. But if I put this in motion, the storms are kind of bypassing you right now. So, well, these are slowly moving up towards you, but there's no severe weather that's imminent. So, got a question about Minden. Obviously, Minden's here. Right now, you're good. We have to watch that storm that's out around Lexington and Overton. And that, of course, the Dawson County storm, this storm here, is going to kind of wobble this way, or it might take this path. We're just going to have to watch it minute by minute because the path of these storms are moving so slow. They're just kind of wobbling all over the place. So right now you're clear. You're probably a good 60 to 90 minutes away from anything, even if anything at all. But your better chances will come tonight as the storms from the west move through. So people coming and going. And again, if we look off to the west and I turn on the radar down in Goodland, Kansas, we'll see these storms starting to congeal. Now it's going to take a second to load, but we've got this cluster here, and then this cluster here, and I think all this here is going to congeal as it moves east tonight. So we're already past the 8 o'clock hour. We're still looking past 11 o'clock, midnight. Storm's moving very, very slowly, so we have a long way to go. So Peggy, you're welcome. Let's see. Grand Island, we've been through that numerous times. That's okay though, because I know people are coming and going. So I'm just going to leave the radar right here on Grand Island for a minute. The Grand Island, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, all right? It's just off to your west and southwest. The storm is pulsing right now, and it looks like the hail size is diminishing to just marginally severe. Danny, do you have anything, any reports coming out of Ravenna or Wood River or Gibbon?
No, I've got another report from the Grand Island scanner, actually Kearney area scanner, excuse me. Power lines down in the area of 39th and X. And also reporting that the storm that went through Shelton had 1 3/4 inch size hail.
Okay, golf ball size hail, and that was Shelton?
Yep.
Okay. And if you see this black outline right here, this is Buffalo County. That obviously includes Kearney. We have a thunderstorm, or excuse me. We do have Buffalo County power outage. It looks like customers out, at least right now, 318. And I don't know what the customer's tract is. I don't know, 15,000 and change. I don't know if that's how many they service. But they're saying it's reporting 318 people out. So out of that many customers, so I don't know who the hail provider, or excuse me, the power provider is here in Buffalo County, but that's just, I'm passing along what my data shows me here. Now, we do have Danny, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the Lexington storm. And unfortunately, again, these storms have been tracking all over the place, but now, Kearney might get walloped twice because it's starting to point towards through Overton and Elm Creek and Gibbon and eventually towards Kearney. So now we're going to have to start watching this. This is good if you're in Holdridge, potentially, or in Minden, or down in Hastings. But if this continues on the easterly path, we may do more damage to Kearney, and we don't need that at all. So, do you have any more information for me, Danny?
Not at the moment, but I do have a question. Corey Howlett, what does it look like for Odessa? They've got a large wedding going on there.
Okay, Corey, great question. So here's Odessa, and I will circle it. Let me get to full screen. Here's Odessa, and they are in the severe thunderstorm warning. So you can see just how this storm is just kind of wobbling a little north of east, but it may turn back to the south of east a little bit. Now, let's measure out with our measuring tool how far away it is, because that's important. So obviously we're looking at this storm. Should be able to see these towns a little better. So let's stop this. Let's stop the animation and measure out from the leading edge of the storm to Elm Creek, just knocking on your door, 2.5 miles away. Odessa is about, it looks like 9 miles away from the leading edge. But the hail, let's see here. The hail's about 9 miles away from Elm Creek, little under 9, and the hail is about 14 miles away from Odessa. So we have a little ways to go, but you can see the latest storm track is tracking the core of the storm to the south. That puts it south of Elm Creek by 9 o'clock. That's 45 minutes. It's estimating the storm is moving east-southeast at 15 knots. That's about 17 miles an hour, give or take. But it's wobbling, so it's not the most reliable right now. So we're just going to have to watch each scan and see where it goes. But obviously, Danny, look up the history of the hail size of that storm. I know that earlier it was as large as 2-inch in diameter. Are we still there, or are we golf ball size now?
I think around golf ball.
Well, look it up on the warning for me, would you?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking.
Let's try to be a little more. Let's try to be exact. That'll help our folks watching a little bit.
Yeah, golf ball.
Okay. So the hail size has diminished a little bit. So, but that's where we're watching. Now, if the storm gets around Odessa or south of there by 9 o'clock, we've got 40 or 45 minutes, but we have to plan ahead. And you can see here on the bottom part of the scan, right around Westmark, how it's starting to build south. Just in that last scan right here, you can see how that hail is starting to build south. So, again, we're starting one scan or a couple scans. We see the storm moving a little north of east. Generally, they're moving east, but a couple scans they move a little north of that, and a couple scans later they move a little south of that. So they're just kind of wobbling, and that's typical with storms like this. So we're going to just have to be patient. Now, we do have some new storms forming just around Hildreth and Minden. Nothing warned yet, but all these are going to get sucked into these other storms. It's going to become a big complex. But we're starting to see not only this new development, but we're also seeing this growth in storms. So with the storms rather. So I know I'm covering up McCook, but and we can. You know what? I can switch to a different look that'll give folks a better view of their towns. So let's do that. Danny, anything for me while I'm doing this?
No, not at the moment.
All right. This ought to provide a little better picture with some of these towns here. So this ought to. I'll stick with this for now, because now you should be able, with the full screen, you should be able to see Bertrand, Loomis, Atlanta, Wilcox, Funk, Axtell. Here's some of these non-severe storms that are just starting to form between Campbell and Upland and Macon. So the northern and northeastern side of Franklin County, just around the Campbell area, and southwestern Kearney County. So Highway 10 from Minden down to Franklin, just north of Hildreth. We'll put this in motion, and I'll give you the direction on those. They're not severe, they're just forming as they interacted. You can see that outflow boundary here just moving through those storms, and that's what set those off. So that's a classic example right there of these outflow boundaries from the storms to the north, getting more storms to form here. So if I back up a little bit, here you can see the overall movement. So Darlene wants to know about Donovan. And here is Donovan, here's Alda. The storm track on this is showing, if I turn the animation off, is tracking towards Grand Island now. And I need to turn the warnings back on because I had them off. So here's the warning. So Grand Island, Hall County isn't a severe thunderstorm warning. Danny, what time does that go until? Look that up for me.
Yep. The one for Grand Island, that goes until 9.
Okay. So another 42 minutes. Grand Island should be getting some rain, light to moderate rain. Alda, you're probably in moderate to heavy rain with hail just to your south.
And a storm report of hail in Wood River of 1.25 inches.
Okay. So that is silver dollar size hail. Well, the worst of the hail is just to the west and northwest of Wood River. There is some hail pockets around Caro. You can see the storm track on this moving towards Grand Island. I'll go ahead and click on that, and we should get an ETA of the storms. Let's see if I can close this out. So again, before this hail is moving towards Grand Island, we're still looking at 30 minutes or so, maybe a little less, but let's call it between 8:30 and 8:45, just so we can be safe. And again, we could see a spike, and we could see some new hail forming out of this. So again, the largest hail, without a doubt, is around Westmark right now, and Overton, and just east of Lexington. And this is what I would call very, very large hail. I'm upwards of 2 inches, maybe even larger, Danny. It looks by the reflectivity values that we could be pushing over 2 inches in diameter with this. And
Yeah, it's definitely got some big hail in it.
so, if you're wondering the direction of the storms, the movement, the direction, well, your guess is as good as mine, because they're wobbling all over the place. But if you go from Bertrand to Funk and Lexington up to Amherst, that cone of uncertainty is what we call it, gets a little wider because the direction becomes a little more uncertain. So, and especially with these storms, as I said, 1 scan, 2 scans, it's moving a little slightly north of east. A couple scans later, it's moving slightly south of east. So, definitely be aware if you're in Elm Creek, definitely in Odessa. Kearney, we need to keep an eye on this storm as well. And then, of course, out in Frontier County, Gosper counties, Red Willow, all these counties off to the west, we've got more storms. Dawson County, Lincoln County, we've got more storms out that way as well, and I'll back up on that. So they're getting closer, but we've got a long ways to go. Now, there's only one severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, on any of these storms, and that's down in Oberlin, Kansas. That is great news. We'll take that, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay that way as we get through in time. So let's look back to the east, Lincoln, Crete, and I also want to change the radar here. We'll change over to Valley radar, because we've been kind of neglecting the folks in the east. So, Danny, just jump in here if anybody has anything. So,
Yeah, I'm watching it.
what's that?
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Okay. So even though we don't have any warnings on this, we've got new activity in extreme northern Thayer County, in Bruning. The Bruning area, that's moving up towards Fillmore County and will eventually clip maybe Saline County. Speaking of which, we've got Crete and we've got DeWitt. So we're looking at Gage counties, parts of Lancaster County, Saline counties. And part of these storms are moving straight north, some are moving off to the north-northeast. So these warnings here, 1.5 inch hail around Milford, west of Lincoln, 1.5 inches, that's ping pong ball size hail. The tornado.
There is a tornado warning north of Beatrice.
Okay. All right, we got that right here. And this is, yeah, this would be a spot where it would be, because it's down on the boundary here. 1.5 inch hail, radar indicated. So let's get to our analyst tool, and we'll have to switch over to that, which I'll do right now. It'll take me a second to get there. And you said, yeah, it's Gage County, right? Yeah, it is. I think I had a better look at this from the Blue Hill radar. We're looking up a little ways up in the storm, but I'll show you can actually see a potential couplet. But this could be the hail it's producing. But we're looking up from the radar in Blue Hill. It's 82 miles away, and we're looking up about 7,200 feet here. So keep that in mind. But this gives us a little better depiction of at least in the mid levels of where we're looking, and that is right around here. Danny, jump in here anytime you want. What time does this warning go till?
Let me hop back to that one. Actually, there's another one that just popped up in Kansas, but the tornado warning, that goes until, let me get to it. Until 8:45. Seems like the wind's starting to pick up here in Hastings a little bit.
Probably getting some of that outflow. So if you're just southeast of DeWitt, again, we're fairly far away from the valley radar, but we'd want to be watching this area right in here. And of course, we've got southeasterly winds down there. There's our green blowing this way and our red's blowing this way. So that's where we'd be watching for any tornado. We can switch to just straight velocity, and we can see that same area. So again, if you're in Gage County, northwest of Beatrice, it's moving straight east. And Danny, look up the other information on that tornado warning. Not only the time once again, but the direction of the speed of travel.
It's moving east at 20 miles an hour.
$20 miles an hour.
Yep.
And you might want to check if you're not the Omaha National Weather Service chat group to see what's happening.
I'm just getting in there. Oh, hearing some thunder now.
Got some thunder, so we've got fun stuff happening here in Grand Island, or in Hastings rather. So let's look live from our Hastings camera. And we'll look up. I'm going to move the camera here, so bear with me, but we'll move this camera west a little bit. It's going to take a second, but there you can see the storms off to the west. All right, stay. So we'll get back to radar here, but I at least wanted to have this camera's queued up here, the best way to put it. But we'll go back to the radar. And so we'll keep an eye on this tornado warning. It is radar indicated. Obviously, if you're in Pickerel, north of Beatrice, take shelter. Even though it's radar indicated, we do have another tornado warning west of Washington, Kansas. We'll keep an eye on that storm as well. But for now, we're just covering Nebraska.
That warning for Grand Island, that continues until 9 p.m. Main hazards are ping pong sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
So we're surrounded now here in Hastings. So again, here's Donovan. It's knocking on your doorstep. So I've got the radar. I'm zoomed in. So the hail is just on the west side of town. Alda, you should be getting hail. You see the arrow of movement here, generally to the east-northeast. So there's the ammunition plant. Just to the south of there, of course, there's the State Wildlife Management Area. There's Alda, there's Highway 30. And you can see some of the street level mapping here, where we look at North Street, look at Highway 281, Highway 30 coming into town. So Engelman, some of that hail's approaching Engelman, Old Potash Highway, hail on that section, Husker Highway, just to the west of the intersection of Highway 30 as well. Around the Heartland Public Shooting Park, most of you, if you live in the area, know where that's at. So Grand Island should be getting moderate rainfall right now, and that's moving towards the center of town pretty much. So, and then back behind that, we've got Wood River, up Highway 11 towards Caro, we have another pocket here. So going back down to the south, Danny, if we get any new warnings out of Webster County, Franklin, Adams, or Kearney County, let me know. Okay, jump in. But
Yep.
so we're
Yeah, it's starting. The wind's starting to pick up here, and starting to rain a little bit here in Hastings.
So again, this is just the first round here. We're still looking at more off to the west. So we'll call this bonus. We don't need the hail, but we certainly need the rain, and we're certainly going to get it. So we'll consider, Danny, we'll consider this a bonus. No warnings here for any of the 4 counties I just mentioned, but we have to go back to Westmark and Overton, where the largest hail is here. And I'll go back to full screen here. And this hail, radar indicated 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. And so again, we still have very large hail. The reflectivity is making it look worse than it is, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for that area for another 30 minutes. So keep that in mind. I need to close this out.
The Weather Service is watching the storms firing west of Blue Hill and near Bladen.
I see that. So again, Stockville, Indianola, McCook, we're still watching that activity. And even though it depicts as kind of, and let me put the animation on, but that's more activity we're watching here. New warning looks like it just came out, or did it? No, that's the same one. So new warning for Brady. And this
Lights are flashing again.
Yep, and I tell you what, if we lose power here, I do have backup, but behind me here I have a battery backup that I'll have to switch over. So if we lose the live feed, we'll have to just start over. I mean, but I've got about a 5-minute battery backup that should give me time to go to this bigger battery backup. We might have to scale things down, but at least where I live in Hastings, I'm kind of prone to my power going out rather easily. So I don't know about you, Danny. I know you're in the bunker over there.
Yeah, we've only lost power here once, so.
Yep. So let's put this in motion around Wellfleet, Curtis, Farnham, Stockville. You can see McCook, some of those storms. And I'm using the Hastings radar, but you can see they're kind of moving east and they're moving north as well, but this activity is going to move towards us. So we've got a new warning here. And let me stop this. So this is for Riverdale. That's the flash flood warning, so we're good there. All right. So if I back up on the radar, we have a whole slew of storms to talk about here. We've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have our first severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses all the communities I just mentioned and counties: Minden, Roseland, Air, Blue Hill, Bladen, Campbell, Upland, Highway 4, Highway 74, Hildreth as well. So northern Franklin County, northern and northeastern Webster County, let's call it the southern half of Adams County, south of Highway 6, as well as, it's honestly most of Kearney County. You can see the outline there.
I've got a severe thunderstorm warning incoming for that storm west of Blue Hill, but Hastings will not be in it.
Yeah. Yep, and that's just what I was talking about, Danny. So just this new storm. Now, getting the data on this, 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. It expires at 9:15. So very disjointed. Hastings is not in it. Kennesaw is not in it. If you're south, Cowles, the earthquake capital of Nebraska, Red Cloud, Guide Rock, Riverton, Franklin, Macon, Napanee, Rep City, Alma, you're not in anything right now. So just wanted to call all that out. So that's where we're at. So I'm going to leave the radar on a wide view here for a second, regain my breath. And Kara says time for a glass of wine. I might go with you on that, or a beer, something. But we're busy, and thanks for hanging with me. A lot of people watching. The Roku app is down. It's in Roku's hands. We did the repairs and the bug fixes on our end. It's been this way for 3-4 days. But if you want to watch on your TV, you can watch on YouTube. Not YouTube TV, just regular YouTube. And just search Nebraska Weather TV and then click on our page and it'll show our live feed. So if you don't want to watch
Megan Peterson reports pea-sized hail in northwest Grand Island.
Cool. Pea-sized hail is better. Looks like the hail core has diminished a little bit. Must be up around Northwest High School, somewhere in there. She'll answer. But here you can see the hail. It has diminished a little bit. So it might be a little bigger. We might, but we should stay under severe criteria there. But now down here by Alda and the State Wildlife Management Area, kind of along and north of Highway 30 and south of the ammunition plant, I think it's a different story that way. So I think we've got that's where the larger hail is. And that's moving really towards the western and northwest, kind of the northwest high school neighborhood. So
overall, what do you expect from Grand Island? I know some people are wanting to know.
Well, I expect this warning is for 1.5 inch hail. That would be in that Alda area. So not every hailstone that's going to fall is going to be 1.5 inches. We're going to have some hail the size of pennies and nickels and quarters. But there could be some hailstones in there, especially in this part of town where you see that arrow pointing to, from about Highway 30 up to about Highway 2 and up towards the airport. That's probably the best chance for that larger hail. So let's put the animation in effect here. And sorry, folks, my voice is struggling. Let me get to a bigger box here. That'll help you.
The ham radio spotter in Grand Island reports dime-sized hail in southwest Grand Island at the moment.
Okay. Dime-sized hail?
Yep.
Okay. So I think somebody, TR just put the YouTube link if you want to watch on your TV. Now, you can also take the feed if you're watching on Facebook, and you can stream it to your TV if you want. But if you want, and I apologize for Roku being down, but again, we'll try to be, if you're watching on your phone, we'll try to be in depth as possible. And don't hesitate to ask me to zoom in on something if you're having a hard time seeing it. So I'm gonna zoom out and show you the wide view of all the storms. But for now, we're gonna stick with Fairbury's under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's Jefferson County, 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Of course, we have Kearney and Adams and Webster and Franklin counties, severe thunderstorm warning. But for now, we're going to stick with with Grand Island, and we're going to continue getting reports in. And does anybody have any power out? Danny, have we been getting power outage reports?
Only power outage reports I've seen were in Kearney and then, south of Kearney. But nothing like around Grand Island or anything like that.
But the answer is no for Grand Island, right?
Yeah, nothing in Grand Island.
Okay. Donovan, you're just kind of getting skirted, Now, if you're if you're around Mormon Island, down to the Giltner Road, you're going to have some large hail closer to the southern branch of the Platte River. There's Mormon Island. There is some hail coming towards you, but here you can see between Locust and Highway 281, and that's, of course, with Highway 34, you can see in almost that entire section there, it has a pocket of large hail. That'd be north of West Lowry Road up to Interstate 80. So keep that in mind. Here's Wood River Road. Obviously, the truck stop is right there. We got to watch the. Guys, help me out, Danny. What do we call the ladies that visit the truckers there? The lot
lizards.
The lot lizards. Yeah, we don't want anything bad to happen to our lot lizards, friends. But going up to the north again, we're looking at Engelman Road. Just pushing through Engelman Road, right around West Husker Highway, right around West Wildwood Drive. That's moving us off to the east-northeast. Highway 30 is getting pelted right now, east of the State Wildlife Management Area, right through Englewood, moving into Stolly Park Road. Old Potash is another spot. So pretty much, here's Old Potash. So from Old Potash to the south, down through Highway 30, down to West Husker Highway, that's where the largest hail is. It could be as large as 1.5 inches. That is ping pong ball. Could have a couple golf balls in there, but I think we're going to see more widespread hail that looks like dimes, and people say marbles, but the correct sizing is nickels, dimes, pennies, quarters. We want to use coins until we get up to golf balls at 1 3/4, and then limes at 2 inches, and so on and so forth. But pea size is okay, but if you give us a report, please don't use marble size hail, because marble comes in all different sizes. But we can equate penny, nickel, and dime size and quarter size hail quite easily. So again, as we go to the northwest, West 13th Street, Capitol Avenue, West Old Potash, there's some hail out there, but the worst right now looks to be to the south of Old Potash. So hopefully I'm making some sense. Downtown GI, the strip mall Haven, around Highway 281 and Highway 30, that should just be heavy rain. But again, if I put this in motion, that large hail is coming your way. So, Danny, what does GI Scanner have for us? Does he have anything for us?
Not at the moment. He sent me some more damage pictures from Carney. I'll ask him.
Okay. Well, monitor him. I mean, if he's got anything for you, and we're going to start getting more reports as this hail core goes through Grand Island. So it's just knocking on the door of Grand Island. So I'm going back to full screen so people can see this better. And I'll try to do my best with street level mapping, but I want to switch and do one thing here real quick. And that is go to this view here. Now again, it's going to be a little harder to see. Oops, hold on. Okay. The street level mapping with this view is still good. But I can draw, this view I can draw a little better. So here is, and I'll call this out as I'm drawing. Here's West Capitol Avenue. I'm going all the way down south of Highway 30. This is Mormon Island, going back up past Wildwood, Stir Museum, West Dolly Park Road, and back up past West 13th Street and back up to Capitol. So it's just to the west of Strip Mall Haven on Highway 281 and, of course, Highway 30. Here is obviously...
Grand Island scanner said he's getting heavy rain and a lot of lightning there in Grand Island.
Okay, good enough. There's CHI Health, the hospital right there. Obviously, just to the west of that, this is Highway 281 and Highway 30, the mall. Everything you never ever needed, restaurants, everything. If you live there, you know where it's at. This is a pocket of large hail pushing through Stolly Park and Old Potash and Engelman Road right now. I gotta get rid of this. And then this is the other part of the large hail right now. So if you're watching from other areas, I don't want to neglect you, but we have a significant amount of watchers and followers, viewers and followers from Grand Island and Hall County. So we want to catch this in depth right now, because this has the potential to cause some tree damage, knock some power out, damage some siding, some windows, dent cars, etc. So West Shimmer, Engelman, just west of Gold Court Road, right in here, just to the west and southwest of Sturm Museum. That's where that largest hail is. That's south of Husker Highway. So that would be kind of just south of the hospital. So it would be between Gunther Road, if I'm pronouncing that, Wildwood. So the nice home south of Grand Island, that development, I forget what it's called, Glitzy Ritzy Heights. That's that area right there. So and that's moving up towards Stir. And of course, we've got the Hall County Campground, I believe, right there as well. So we've got campers that we're going to have to keep an eye out for as well. So Chapman, let's see, sorry. There's Chapman right here. I'm going to zoom way the hell in for you. If you can't see it, there's Chapman. This version allows me to draw, so you won't be able to see the towns as much, so I'll do my best to call your town out, but just know where that's at. There is a little hail immediately to your west, but overall this, and I'm going to put this in motion as I zoom out from Grand Island, but you can see that purple, the pink and purple, as we go through motion. It might just clip you and stay south, but if you're in Phillips, you need to keep an eye out because this hail is moving towards you. So those of you who are in Grand Island, especially the west side, talk to me. Talk to Danny. Any hail? So again, large hail just going through Grand Island. I'd like to know what we have. We're still getting hail up to ping pong ball size radar estimated. That's 1.5 inch hail. So we're going to obviously get reports coming out pretty soon here. Now I got to zoom out. I apologize.
Yeah, Kyle Gavin just commented heavy rain, strong winds, and a heck of a lightning show just north of Stolly Park Road.
Okay. No hail yet, though.
And he just commented, here comes the hail.
Okay. Yeah, let us know if you can, Kyle, if you can kind of estimate from a safe place. We don't want you to run outside, and we don't want you to stand by a window where the wind's blowing the hail to, especially if you're looking to the west. But if you can safely kind of try to estimate, I would be grateful for that. So again, I want to give the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. 2 inch just north of Wilbur, 2 inch hail size reported just around Crete. So we've got a lot of storms impacting the entire state and more coming in from the west. Now, let's take a minute and look at Hastings. It's just to the east of us right now, pushing towards southern Hamilton and parts of Clay County. So here it's obviously missing us, but there's more to the west. So it didn't split and go around us. It just happened to form. So this is bonus rainfall. We've got more rain coming in from the west. So let's go back up to Grand Island as this moves through. So
Kyle Galvin, again, he's getting pea-sized hail there in Grand Island.
is he on the west side?
He's north of Stolly Park Road.
Okay. So here's Stolly Park Road. He's somewhere in here. So he could be right in between the two larger hail cores, Danny. So again, the larger hail is up here around Northwest High School. And then back down to the south, that's moving towards Sturm Museum. It's kind of split. Like Highway 30 is like the dividing line. If that makes
Got a new
sense.
warning.
Yep.
Yep, they just extended that warning out to the east. At 8:46, severe thunderstorm was located near Grand Island, moving northeast at 15. Hazards, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail.
There's the 1 inch hail radar indicated as the storm moves to the east. and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now this is an extension of the hail that we're tracking going through Grand Island. So that means this storm is weakened. If that's true, that would be, now again, 1 inch hail is quarter size hail, so that would be fantastic news. But here you can see the outline: Central City, Marquette, Chapman, Aurora, Phillips, Giltner. Giltner's on the southern end, but let's go through these counties as it's moving through here. Central City, you'll be starting to get some heavier rain in the next, call it 10 minutes, I think. Chapman, you're in the moderate rain. A little bit of hail to your west. Marquette, just probably drizzle or light rain right now. Phillips, it's just knocking on your doorstep right now. And it really does, by the grace of God, if you're a praying person, it looks like the hail core has diminished a little bit. Now, let's see if anybody can confirm these reports in the area. So if you can, that would be fantastic. So tell us what you got in Grand Island, please. We got storms not warned around Harvard and Glenville. Hastings just knocking on our doorstep here. Let's take a look outside.
Kirsten Nunn says west of Grand Island hail is dime to nickel sized.
Pretty dark here in Hastings, and of course, it's almost dark, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting pretty late.
So, not a whole heck of a lot going on, but what I want to do is move this camera. Let's see, we need to move this. Well, you can see the lightning out there. So, again, this is kind of looking south and east. We're going to move this and look kind of east-northeast. So at least we have a view from Hastings. Unfortunately, these storms are moving away from us.
Stacy Hack says pea-sized hail around the St. Francis Hospital. And Ashley Hanover, Sully Park Road, dime-sized hail, but sporadic.
May have just lost that camera. May have got hit by lightning. All right, so all I'm doing is just repositioning this Hastings Skycam so we've got a view if we need to come back and look at it. So there's the auditorium. We're looking off to the east, the northeast basically. So we're not going to stay on this look very long because the hail, quite honestly, is a little more important right now, but it's good to have live looks anyway. So let's take a wider perspective. We've got a lot going on here, folks.
Brett Atwood, a lot of pea-sized hail in between 13th Street and State Street and Grand Island off the North Road.
Well, that's good. So I want to just change the radar. And we've got a plethora of storms. So I think it's fair to say that our forecast data scored a solid 0 on how tonight matriculated.
Yep, definitely.
Which I'm not surprised with. This is a pretty messy event. We'll see how it handles tomorrow. But again, we are not done. It's going to be a late night. And Tim is going to need a little bit of rest because I'm not feeling the best. But we're trying to hang in there. But you can see all the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And these warning boxes may not show up very well or as well as I'd like. But we can go to this view and get a lot cleaner view. Lincoln, Grand Island, just around Hastings, just south of Hastings, all the way out to Lexington. Holdridge, McCook is the bottom left part of your screen. Let me see if I can change the town sizes real quick.
April Barnett hit a dime-sized hail around the Fadley Avenue area.
Well, I'm not going to be able to do that, but we have another look. So, again, if you're wondering, here's Lincoln, here's Omaha, Grand Island if you're watching on your phone, here's Hastings, Lexington, Kearney. Just trying to give those watching an overall view of where everything's at, just so you know, if you can depict where you're at on the map here, where the warnings are. The yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a lot of hail reports in excess of an inch. We've got winds reported around Kearney from 50 to 70 miles per hour. We're not done yet, so it's a very, very busy night. So we're getting hail reports. Thankfully, Kyle from the west side of Grand Island is reporting dime size and nickel. That's not severe criteria. We're thankful for that, for sure. Absolutely. So that should give us a better view of the state. But our towns will show up a little better here on this view. Actually, much better. So we'll leave it here for right now. And you can see, obviously, there's... Danny, you want to count up all the warnings right now? Because I don't think I can count that high.
Let's see here. There is a bunch.
So this storm is starting to move into Hastings, and we're seeing a report on the southeast side of Hastings. So that's in my neck of the woods. So let's put this in motion. So that's where we're talking about these storms just kind of wobbling. Of course, I'm in my studio, so I can't use the step outside method. But Danny, you might be able to do that, or look out your window method. But
Yeah, I can hear a lot of thunder out there now.
all right. Well, let's say a little prayer that our power doesn't go out. So if you hear a loud screaming in my pipe, well, we have battery backup. So. Boy, a lot of people watching from Sutton. We're popular over there in 30 counties, so they're obviously take with a grain of salt that I give them so much crap with how poor drivers they are. But in all seriousness, we are thankful for all of you that watch from 30 county, and we appreciate it. So Sutton, you're quiet right now. That won't be the case later. The only thing going on in 30 county is Glenville up to Harvard. Up towards the Hamilton County line, Trumbull, it's just off to your east, naturally. But looking off to the west, Upland, Hildreth. I mean, goodness, these are just drought-ridden areas, and not everybody's getting rain. Not everybody's going to get the same amount of rain, but goodness, we'll take everything we can get. So. Vicky Rutt, thank you for joining in. Stasia, thanks for joining. Thanks for the report. Quarterside Sale, Highway 281 at West Dolly Park Road. Alex, thanks for that report. Jeffrey, thanks for the P-side sale. Sutton, as I said, you're quiet now. Good time to practice the driving. Ha ha. I'm kidding. So, yeah, you can hear the rain coming down here at the Nebraska Weather TV headquarters. And, yeah, I don't hear any hail hitting the roof. Do you hear anything, Danny?
Nope, I'm not hearing anything. Just a little bit of rain.
Nice looking studio you got there, Danny. So Danny sometimes storm chases, sometimes helps in the studio. We've got him integrated through a live feed from a separate location. He's monitoring the chat groups, not only in your chat group through Facebook and YouTube, but also monitoring the National Weather Service chat for reports and anything that might come our way. So monitoring the warnings. So this is a team effort, and
It's starting to rain a lot heavier here now.
Okay, that's a start. We need your reports. We need your help because we can't. Radar only shows so much. We can't be everywhere at once. Tim Jones doesn't know what's going on in every square inch of the state. So this is a really, truly community team effort. And this is something the local TV stations can't do and integrate all together because we're TV and we're digital, but we're TV and internet. So, Tim, get off your high horse. Yeah, I know. But, hey, this is where we win because I'm not breaking into America's Got No Talent or any other show. I can stay on as long as I want. That could be a good or a bad thing, but we can also offer in-depth coverage and turn this into a community. So if you haven't already, if you're watching on Nebraska Storm Chaser page on Facebook, follow that page. Follow Tim Jones Weather on Facebook and follow Nebraska Community TV. If you like this stream, you give it a like and you even share it out. It helps overcome the algorithm, whatever that is from Facebook. The more people like it, the more people will see it. So that's the goal. So, and I know a lot of people watch from Lincoln and from Omaha, and not to neglect you folks in eastern Nebraska, we need to give you guys a little bit of love as well. So let's get on here to the Seward area, Milford, Lincoln. You're kind of in the clear right now, but you do have storms. You do have one severe thunderstorm warning just to your west that encompasses Seward, Milford, Pleasantdale, Crete. Of course, I'm sure that road construction between Pleasantdale and Lincoln is just a joy right now. And 1.5 inch hail, up to 1.5 inch hail, and 60 mile per hour winds with this particular severe thunderstorm warning. And I should mention that it goes until, let's see, it expires right now. So we'll see what they're going to do with that, if anything. So let's see. Gage County, Beatrice, let's go down, give you guys some loving. Pickerel, looks like the northern half of Gage County, 1.5 inch hail, radar indicated 60 miles per hour. It expires at 8:15. So I'm sure the Weather Service in Omaha is going to extend this warning up to the north. Fairfield, Jefferson County, howdy folks, Plymouth, Dakin, Fairbury. These storms are moving towards you out of northern Kansas from Haddam to Marlville, Washington, through Mahaska. So you can expect out of this warning 1 inch hail, at least 60 mile per hour winds. So, and probably down here to the south, we've got baseball size hail reported down, or at least warned for down around Haddam down here. So that's moving up towards Steel City, Endicott, and Fairbury as well. Plymouth, you've got some large hail around you. And right now, just looking around Nebraska City, Plattsmouth, Bellevue, La Vista, Gretna, Omaha, Bennington, Fort Calhoun, Blair, you guys are quiet. Wahoo, you've got some storms not warned right now in your area. Ceresco, Malcolm, all the way back up to Prague, Brainerd, east of David City, and up to North Bend. So Fremont, you're in the clear, but those storms are moving your way very, very painstakingly, slowly. Scribner, Hooper, West Point, you're getting there. And of course, this storm moving through Osceola, Polk County, moving into Rising City and David City area south of Columbus. No warning on that as well. A lot to go through, and I haven't even gone through the west. Let's check in on our thunderstorm warning back down here around Blue Hare, Campbell, Holstein, Roseland, and Minden, and the greater Farmstead, the ranch, the 20,000 ranch Ranchstead of Dalton Olson. I'm kidding. That's in his neck of the woods. You can see right here north of Holstein and Norman, south of Hartwell. These storms are in the warning. And Danny, I think we've got 1 inch hail, just marginally severe. 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. We'll put the animation in motion. For this, we'll get my ugly mug off the screen and we'll take a look. There's our warning right there. And it's just to the west of Glenville. So boy, in Hastings, if we can get rain and no warning, that's a huge thumbs up. That's a win.
Yeah, it's raining pretty dang heavy here in Hastings,
okay.
but I haven't heard any hail at all.
We'll take it, and hey, it's not even splitting and going around us. So nobody will be able to say that, oh no, it splits and goes around us here, And of course, Glenville's famous for they never get tornadoes because of the stockyard, the cattle yard out there. The methane gas from the cows scare off and thwart off tornadoes. I'll never forget when I first moved here in 14, somebody told me that. Probably one of the hardest belly laughs I've ever had. So your town's not protected by a hill, a river, an ancient burial ground. It's just a matter of time and statistics. Someday you'll get hit by something, but at least we're getting rain. So, but Tim,
Michaela Lynn Olin, does Axtell need to take cover?
does Axtell? Axtell is just out of the warning. There is a pocket of hail just to the west of Axtell, between Axtell and Funk, but it's not warned, so it's below severe criteria at this point. So you're looking good. So is Wilcox. So is Holdridge. Just rain right now. Boy, it's drier than a popcorn fart out that way. Not only in Holdridge County, but out in Furnace and Gosper County. And of course Harlan County and all those surrounding counties, to say Gosper, Furnace counties, all those surrounding counties, so dry, and even off to the west. So we'll take everything we can get. New warning out here by Beaver City, Cambridge, Arapahoe. We're on the west end of the radar, but this is for, now we're getting the verbiage here with tornado possible. It's not zero, but it's a low percentage. 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll take a look at that storm. You can see the hail is around Henley, west of Beaver City, south of Arapahoe, along that Highway 6 corridor. And that does include Beaver City all the way down to the Kansas border and down to Norton as well. So not seeing anything imminent on tornado, but we will take a deeper look at this in terms of velocity. Danny, do you have anything to offer in the meantime?
No, I don't have anything at the moment.
Okay. Well, what good are you? I'm just kidding.
Very little. Very little.
So right now, looking back over Beaver City area, we're so far from the Hastings radar. I mean, I do see some stronger winds aloft, but I don't think we have to stress out right now about tornadoes being imminent. However, there is an outflow boundary in that area that we're going to have to watch with that interaction. So it looks like the National Weather Service in Hastings just put out an image about that. Just kind of down Beaver City and south, down around Alameda, Kansas, there's an outflow boundary that stretches from Blue Hill through Cowles, Red Cloud, and going right turns to the west, right down the Kansas-Nebraska border to Alameda. So I can draw this out of where we're looking here. So if I draw an outflow boundary like this, and Almena is kind of down here, it looks like that. So why is that important? That's because as these storms are coming, start to interact with that, we could pick up some localized rotation. So that is important to keep that in mind. And we'll continue to watch it. That's all I can say. There's nothing we can do right now other than watch it. So Danny, anything in the chat? We need any reports, any questions?
Alina Halsett, does Arapahoe need to take cover?
Not right now. I mean, the large hail is south of you. There's no tornado warning. Just stay away from the exterior walls right now. The storm is marginally severe. Marginally severe meaning that the winds are about 60 miles up to 60 miles per hour, and hail up to 1 inch in diameter. So that doesn't mean that every square inch of this storm is severe. They're just pockets, if that makes sense. So if you feel safer by taking shelter, then by all means do, but at least stay away from windows. You've got some light to moderate rain in your area, but The larger hail is down to your south and west in that Henley area, just north of Wilsonville. So hope that helps. Danny?
Wanda White, raining super hard in Cambridge and lightning and wind.
New warning coming out. This is probably the new one for Blue Hill and East that's going to be part of 30 County, part of 42 and 45 counties. This is Blue Hill, just north of Coles, Lawrence, Deweese, and Fairfield. So Glenville's just to the north of it. Clay Center is as well. Again, this storm's right over the Blue Hill radar, so we're not going to get a great look at it, but see, I make sure I'm zoomed out. Let me go to full screen, Danny, so people can see this better.
And that storm is only moving east at 15 miles an hour.
So they are starting to put the tag of tornado possible because that outflow boundary. Doesn't mean a tornado is imminent. Inch and a half hail and 60 mile per hour wind. So inch and a half hail is golf ball size, excuse me, it's not. It's ping pong ball size hail. And of course the wind's 60 miles per hour. So that's
I'm
what
going to take a look out my window real quick, Tim.
So the severe thunderstorm warning expires at 10 o'clock. So the time is now 9:08. Boy, we've been going at this for about 3.5 hours, and we're still here. Jeffrey, can you give an estimation of hail size in Hastings without saying marbles? Can you say P to dime, pennies, nickels, quarters? Can you estimate that, please? In the meantime, I had a question about Lincoln. Lincoln is sandwiched right in between a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing in the area right now, but we have severe weather to the south and southwest and to the north. You don't have to worry about anything to the north right now. So we have a tornado warning for Rockford, Nebraska.
Jeffrey Warner says skittle-sized hail.
All right. So we have a new.
And I thought I heard a little bit of hitting my window too, and that sounds pretty accurate.
So we have a tornado warning right here. That is this. Radar indicated hail up to 2 inches diameter. It expires in 35 minutes, so at 9:45. So we'll go to Analyst Edition and take a look at that. This would be from the Weather Service office in Omaha or Valley. Danny, take a look at that area and tell me what they're saying, if anything, about this. In the meantime, we're going to switch over to Analyst. And we're going to have to switch radars. So you can see a couplet here, right in here, and the text reads, located over Pickrell, or 7 miles north of Beatrice. So, it's got to be right here. I mean, here's where I'm seeing it. We've got a little bit of debris coming with the radar, but that's where I'd say where we're looking, right in here, in the northwest part of the warning. Now we can change the view here and go back to Hastings, and at least we can look in the upper levels, but it's not showing us much either. So we're looking pretty far away from the storm here. So just let me switch radar sources here again. Bear with me. So we've got some scattering with the radar, some attenuation, but again, we're looking in this area right in here. with the radar indicated tornado. This is radar indicated. Luckily, it's kind of out in the country, but obviously we have farming friends that live out there, so please take shelter if you're in that area northwest of Rockford, east of Beatrice, northeast, and south of Pickle as well. Again, this tornado warning goes for about another half hour, but in my mind, it's probably going to get canceled a little sooner than that. But we'll continue to keep an eye on this. We'll come back to this. But Danny, jump in here. What do we have for questions, comments, anything?
Stacy Hack, 1 inch of rain in the St. Francis area.
Say one more time.
Stacy Hack, they got 1 inch of rain in the St. Francis area up in Grand Island.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
It's starting to rain pretty heavy here in Hastings.
Good, we'll take it. So Hastings really has the best of both worlds right now. Let's go up to Aurora. And I'm sorry, you folks in Hamilton and Merritt counties. I have certainly not meant to neglect all of you. We have a lot of viewers in Aurora, Marquette, surrounding areas. So my apologies. Here's your warning. Obviously, the hail coming into Aurora right now. That's the watch. Golf ball size hail up to golf balls, 60 mile per hour winds. It expires at the bottom of the hour at 9:30. So we'll zoom out a little bit.
I'm getting a little hail.
Okay. I can't hear a thing where I'm at.
Not very much, but I can hear it.
So I'm going to zoom out and give everybody just a little wider view. I mean, I have to go pretty wide to get all the storms going on here. So we're starting to see that line form west of Highway 183 out around Highway 283 from Elwood south. That would be that wind event that we're looking at. And that once that moves through, we should be good from west to east. So some of the people that have messaged me, we're not going to get anything. Well, we've got a pretty broad severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses all the way from Elwood down through Holdridge, Alma, and Phillipsburg, Kansas. And that's moving your way. So if you're at Harlan County Reservoir, if you're in Alma, Napanee, that area up to Holdridge, that's coming your way. So new warning. We have a lot of warnings, Danny.
Yeah, this was a big warning too.
Inch and a quarter hail, 60 mile per hour winds. That goes until 10 o'clock tonight. So that's an extension of this storm here. So that's an extension of this particular storm. Dalton Olson, speak to me.
Hey, Jim. Heading towards Hastings right now. I'm going to grab Ethan, and we're going to go down on that Blue Hill storm right by the radar site.
Okay, sounds good. Get back to me.
Yep, like that.
Okay, we have eyes in the field again, and we will. I don't think he's live yet. Nope, that's okay. So let's go here. We've got a lot to cover here. So here's our warning that now Polk County, Stroudsburg, Osceola under another warning, as well as York County under another warning as well. Quick look at Hastings. No warnings for us, but we are getting some small hail and some periods of light to moderate rain, maybe heavy rain in there. We'll take it. No severe weather here. Same goes for Juniata. Roseland, you're getting thunderstorms, maybe small hail. Holstein, Norman as well. This severe thunderstorm, this storm's moving out to the east down the Clay and Nuckolls County line, moving through southern Adams and northern Webster County, as well. So, and Danny, give me a break. Talk to me, Goose.
Just had a wind report out of Central City. Thunderstorm, wind gust of 66 miles an hour.
Sorry, where was that? Central City?
Yeah, 1 mile south-southeast of Central City.
Okay. I got to keep going up. Of course, Central City is starting to clear out for now. Chapman, the rain should be coming to an end pretty soon. Obviously, we still have to turn to the west and watch to the west here, but this warning is through Central City, Overland, Marquette, and Aurora, and of course, a new warning to the east and northeast of that encompasses Clark, Silver Creek, Osceola, Stromsburg, Polk, Benedict, Thayer, York, McCool Junction, Henderson, Bradshaw, Hampton. If I missed your town, I apologize. There's a lot to call out here.
So yeah, the Weather Service is watching that Blue Hill storm pretty closely.
Okay. Yeah, and I can see why now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a little bit of hook echo on that, so we need to take a look at that. That's between Blue Hill and Cowles. So that is where the that tornado warning is here, but you know, it's such a broad couple, it almost looks like it's out. It's so far from the radar though, but here's, oh wow. Got a lot of strong winds in this area. And what is Weather Service saying, Danny?
Basically that they're just watching it. They're putting spotters out in Webster County.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's go to reflectivity. Okay. So where we're watching, we've got a pocket of pretty strong winds here south of Blue Hill. And we're getting a little interference because the storm is right over the radar, but we're looking right in the lowest levels. But notice how we start to see this little wrapping around here, right in here. And you can see it there on reflectivity. So, and that's right on that outflow boundary right there. So if we were going to have a tornado, this is going to be the area right in here where you really need to watch. So right in that area. So nothing is imminent, but I believe in the warning, they're using the language of tornado possible, aren't they, Danny?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. So I want you to keep watching this one for me. We're going to keep an eye on this. Again, between Blue Hill and Coles, it doesn't mean a tornado is imminent, but we are watching for this, at least potential development. We'll get a better look as this storm slowly moves away from the radar. But here you can see if we look at our analyst tool.
Yeah, the Weather Service again said they're watching that storm very closely.
This storm?
Yeah, the one by Blue Hill.
Yeah. So, you know, right over the dome, we're at least, which at the surface, we're getting 68, 65 mile per hour winds. And this, that we're looking right at the lower levels of the storm here. Maybe even a pocket of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, maybe just slightly off the surface, but we've got some strong winds. Now, there might be a little bit of feedback in here with the radar, but nevertheless, we've got some strong winds, and this is taking in. As soon as this continues to push off the east and we get closer towards Lawrence, we're going to have a better idea that this storm is taking a supercellular type shape. So we're going to keep this here for right now, and then we're going to go back to, is there anything else you need me to point out, Danny?
Aurora just had a wind gust of 64 miles an hour.
Who did?
Aurora.
Okay. Aurora, 68 miles per hour?
64.
Bear with me, folks. I'm having a little temporary insanity. So just want to make sure. All right, so there's the storm. You can see that hooking there around the storm. So that's definitely supercellular. And that's happening because we have that outflow boundary that I drew out earlier that's now it's passing through that, but you can see here right where I drew earlier, right in that cowls area, it's interacting with that right now. So definitely bears watching. So low level shear very good near Blue Hill, but the storm is moving north of the outflow boundary, and that acts to stabilize the lowest levels of the atmosphere. And spinning up a tornado more challenging or impossible. So that's language from Mike Moritz at the Weather Service. I agree with that, but we still need to watch this. So again, this isn't the only storm in town. We still have a tornado warning in effect. Danny, look that one up and give me an update on that one by Beatrice, that particular tornado warning, would you?
Tornado warning remains in effect until 9:45. At 9:16, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles east of Beatrice, moving east at 15.
Okay. Good.
Looks like they just reissued it, actually.
The tornado warning?
Yeah.
So here's velocity, and you can see that we really have two couplets in here, to be honest with you. One, and we've got two areas at least that are showing potential rotation. And look at the beginning, the west side of the arrows here. And those are the two spots. So, right, and I'm gonna have to switch because I can't draw with this particular tool. But so I'll go back to reflectivity here.
Katie Smith reports dime-sized hail in Blue Hill.
Thank you for that, Katie. Appreciate it. Tim Jones is all over the place right now. Okay, so we're going to go from Blue Hill, where there is no tornado warning, over here to Beatrice. Now, I do need to go back to the Omaha radar. So, definitely right in here, we've got a couplet potentially here. Now, the other one was right. The text said just east of Beatrice, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, but definitely just to the southeast of Pickerel, there seems to be at least an area of interest there, a couplet just in that area. And of course, we've got two tornado warnings that are encompassing this area. So from Beatrice down Highway 136, I believe it is, to Rockford to Virginia, those Highway 36 is definitely an area of interest. Now I know Highway 136 does arc back up to the northeast. So so Rockford maybe not so much of an area of interest, but again, radar indicated. We've got this area here, and there's a little bit of attenuation or feedback here. That purple area, we're not getting a great reading, but that would probably be the other area right there, and that's what the text from the Weather Service office in Hastings. Now, we do have a new tornado warning in Lawrence that was issued with that last storm, so we are going to bounce around and go back to the west. Talk to me, Goose.
Tornado warning for northwestern Knuckles, northeastern Webster until 10:15. At 9:24, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Rosemont, or 25 miles south of Hastings, moving east at 15.
So there's our warning. We are so close to the radar. We really need to take another tilt and go up a little bit. Because
Enron is picking up I'm seeing a pretty good spot on Enron. I'm trying to get the exact road.
There we go. Get rid of it. But where we're looking, folks, is just to the south, right in here, just to the southwest of Lawrence. Any further text from the Weather Service in Hastings on that?
No.
And this is radar indicated, correct?
Yes. So what I'm seeing is the strongest area of rotation is along Road S and just to the east of Road 2100.
Okay. And we can zoom in there as well. And we've got to switch back over here. So there's Highway 78. That's the bypass road, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so that's the that goes down through Lawrence.
Mike
No,
Mort's
that goes
area to
west of
watch.
Lawrence. What?
Mike Mort's area to watch is about 4.5 miles southwest of Lawrence.
That makes sense. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it'd be right here in this hook area. So it'd be just to the west of N78 here. Rosemont's to the south, southwest of Lawrence. Let's put this in motion. Of course, we got Dalton heading that way. He's not gonna be able to see much because it's dark. So again, we know that the storm is kind of moving a little south of east by the shape of the tornado warning. So we'll keep an eye on this as well. If we switch back to the other analyst part, we can certainly depict, pull that back up. Here's Lawrence. And of course we can go from Lawrence, and he said about 5 miles south.
About 4.5 miles.
Okay, so again, it's right in here. We've got some false data in here just out ahead of it, but that is right in the pocket of the hook, right here. So again, these winds are blowing away. So what we're looking at is this area right in here is where we're looking. So if we put this in motion, and bear with me here.
Yeah, it looks like the strongest area rotation is just to the west of Highway 78 in the intersection of Road S.
Yeah, and again, here we see the hook right here.
Got another tornado warning for Alma.
Okay. And so that's our couplet right in here. So it's loose, it's not terribly tight. So now we need to go over toward, is it on here yet? So this would be, okay.
Tornado warning for northeastern Phillips, southwestern Franklin, southeastern Harlan until 10 o'clock. At 9:28, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds were located over Woodruff, or 19 miles north of Phillipsburg, moving northeast at 45.
Okay, so what we're looking at here is the leading edge of the storm. Now we're getting into this line of storms, and we're getting into this QLCS type tornadoes. These are the ones that I talked about this afternoon that form on the leading edge of a thunderstorm. This is different than what we're watching around Beatrice and what we're watching around Lawrence. This is a line of thunderstorms positioned from generally north to south. We have winds or enhanced shear right along the leading edge of this. They can be very hard to detect, and by the time we warn them, they can disappear as quick as we get them warned. So this is a warning we absolutely have to heed right now. You cannot, if you're in the Alma area, and look how fast it updated right here. Now, we're still a little ways from the radar, but you see this little appendage right here that goes into the storm. This is in the center of the tornado warning. This has got to be where it is. Where's the text read? Is it south of Alma or southwest, Danny?
Let me get back to it.
Yeah. So we've got 2 or 3, if not 4 active tornado warnings. Again, why is this important? People in Omaha might be saying, nobody gives a crap about that part of Nebraska. Well, we've got the Harlan County Reservoir, and even though we're not quite at Memorial Day weekend, we've got folks down there at their cabins. And I know we've got folks at other cabins, there's other bodies of water, but we have a tornado that's affecting Alma, Rep City, Napanee, and that's where the lion's share of all the boaters and the weekenders are right now. So, and of course, the people that live there full time. So, one thing we are able to see as I back up and we look at the radar in Blue Hill, we've got these winds, these green winds, the outbound winds blowing towards the radar, and then these winds coming back away from the radar. So that would be where that pocket of that leading edge tornado very well could be. So again, worth watching. Back here now, Big Hook pronounced hook on radar. So at the very least, we've got very strong outflow winds coming away from, let's analyze it here. We've got at least winds blowing of 60 miles per hour going away from the radar, 64.5, 67, some of these pockets, and even winds here, right here, about up to 71 miles per hour on the outbound side of the storm. So again, these winds, the red blowing away from the storm, these winds coming back in, and hence that's why we have that area of interest right in here. So Danny, give me an update around Alma, and then give me an update around Lawrence as well.
They just, Mike Mortz just put up a circulation southwest of Lawrence. It's still there.
Exactly where I'm pointing.
Yep.
Exactly where I'm, right here. So that's, and again, and if you're south of Lawrence and east of Coles and north of Guide Rock, you're going to get some very strong winds out of this. So we could see that, unless we get some ground truth, we very well could have a tornado on the ground right there. So we need to treat this as if we definitely do have a tornado right in this area, just a few miles to the south of Lawrence. Talk to me, Danny.
I'm just looking at. Yeah, just looking at this other storm near Alma. No updates on that one yet from the Weather Service.
Give me the text that goes with that warning, please. Location.
It was located over Woodruff or 19 miles north of Phillipsburg, moving northeast at 45.
19 north of Phillipsburg?
Yep.
They don't even mention Alma?
Nope.
Well, there's 19 miles north of Phillipsburg right there. So, one thing that we know for sure is the winds are definitely picking up on this now. We need to go back to velocity.
Looks like if there's anything on that one, it'd be just straight south of Alma.
But what I want to point out is we're starting to pick up that wind event, Danny, because what we're seeing here is widespread winds blowing towards the radar on Blue Hill. So this is the wind event that I talked about, and honestly, we're right on track with this. That are starting to march across the state. So the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, expanded the enhanced risk to the east of the Tri-Cities because of the wind threat tonight. And again, this is why. So not only do we have this embedded tornado threat, but we're getting 71. And again, we're looking up a little higher in the storm. If you want to know how high up in the storm, from the Blue Hill radar, we've got by Oxford, we're looking at 4,400 feet, just west of Huntley, 3,800 feet. By Alma, we're looking at 3,800 feet, and south of Alma, about the same here. So we're at least looking up into the lower levels of the storm. So is this translating down to the surface? Not necessarily, but you can see that we've got just off the surface approaching Alma winds of 70 miles per hour, at least a couple thousand feet off the surface. Same going just south of Alma. Just south of Alma, right at 73.8. So again,
yeah, we just got an update on that warning. Says the dangerous storms will be near Republican City and Harlan County Dam around 9:40 and Napanee around 9:45.
Okay. So, there's a little pocket right in here that there's actually two areas now. There's this, and then there's this. And it's very, very hard to discern exactly which is which. But again, if you're in the Almy, Rep City, Napanee areas, just take shelter, all right? Especially, and if you're in a trailer park, hopefully you found better shelter by now. So that's all I can really say. So, these come and go so fast, but there's a lot coming from the Weather Service, Danny. Keep me posted on this stuff, please.
Yep, I'm watching it.
Okay, anything I need to pass along?
The line of storms in the Alma area are now moving 40 to 55 miles an hour to the northeast. It's picking up pace.
Okay. The wind's coming out. Again, if there's a tornado here, it's going to be right in here, I think, just on the south side of Lawrence. So, again, we're still getting radar indicated reports, right?
Yeah.
Good. I mean, that's good if it's radar indicated. If there's a tornado, folks in Lawrence are going to know it. And just if you're watching from Lawrence or around close to Lawrence, let us know what you're seeing or what you're hearing. I don't want you to go outside. So we got a report of a large tree that fell on a residence in Aurora. So we don't have any more information than that. So we have a wind event developing to the west. Let's just say Highway 183, and that's moving to the east. We've got a whole plethora of thunderstorms. I need to go back to reflectivity for now. We still have the tornado warnings here. East of Beatrice, still radar indicated there as well. We have quite a bit of activity going on, and I need to go back to reflectivity here. And the reason being is we need to show the wider view of what's going on. And there's one of them right here. I'm going to take my face off the camera here, off TV. And there's a wider view. I'm going to give you one more wider view. Sorry, I'm moving the radar around a lot. My apologies. I know the towns aren't very large on this view, but this will give us a wider view of everything that's going on here. So, Hastings, Grand Island, Omaha, Lincoln, Beatrice, Holdridge, Kearney. That's enough. Here's Columbus, Fremont. So, a lot going on. Just trying to readjust here. So, been sitting for a long time. Danny, you got some comments there. Read them.
Yeah, Christian Phrase, Blue Hill is calm right now. And she's asking if we can expect another event.
Blue Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody, do me a favor. So you don't have to ask the same questions over and over. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be salty. I'm not trying to scold anybody. See this? That's, excuse me, that is approaching Holdridge and pushing through Alma. That is Highway 183. That's moving to the east. So if you haven't gotten anything and you happen to live along Interstate 80 and south, if you're in the southern tier of counties or the south of Interstate 80, that's coming your way, all right? So now it's just a matter of when.
Phillipsburg, Kansas just had a wind gust of 61 miles an hour.
So again, I'm not trying to be stern, and I know people are coming and going, so that's okay. So I appreciate you. The first thing I want you to know is thank you for watching. And we always are going to get the same questions over and over. But if you just decided to ask and you've been around, and I know some people have their phones on, they might be doom scrolling, they might be watching America Doesn't Have Talent, whatever, but and kind of quasi paying attention. So if you're quasi paying attention right now, once these storms push out, we have so many storms here throughout Nebraska, but the last bastion of severe weather is coming from the west, and we've been talking about that all day. What we didn't really anticipate is the widespread amount of these storms that necessarily got going. Now, in fairness, where'd I go? We did anticipate this stuff, but a lot of this stuff in here wasn't really picked up by our forecast models. So that means more severe weather and more rain. But again, we have to keep an eye out. We've got one tornado warning around in Harlan County. Then we need to go back to that, Danny, because that's starting to look pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Down around the border, especially down around Napanee. You can see that little appendage right there. So we're going to switch and go to that. We've got a couple little appendages, so we're going to switch. Well, you know what? We haven't been live much the last couple of years, year and a half, because our weather has been so quiet. We're making up for it tonight, let me tell you.
Making up for lost time.
So I want to go split screen. And to the right is velocity. Now, anywhere up and down this line, there's right here and potentially right in the Napanee area, there's some little appendages here that we could get some little spin-ups, hence the tornado warning. But, I mean, honestly, besides that, we've got very strong winds coming through Rep City. Obviously, the lake has been affected, now moving towards Franklin. So, Katie, you were watching earlier. You said you weren't going to get anything. You're going to get something very soon. And what are you going to get? What about my town? Well, you've got 64 mile an hour, anywhere from 60 to 72 mile per hour winds aloft. You've got very strong winds behind the rain that are coming with this towards Franklin, towards Hildreth, towards Wilcox, towards Reagan, knocking on Napanee doorstep right now. Phillipsburg just to north of you. Atlanta, Holdridge, sorry, I don't mean to neglect you. We've got very strong winds just off the surface that'll probably translate down to 60, 65 mile per hour winds in your area as well. So keep that in mind. So we've got a wind threat. We've got a leading edge tornado threat out of this. We still have that tornado warning. Any update? Now this looks like the appendage looking at reflectivity looks like it's occluded or filled in here, right in here, which is a great sign. Danny, do we have any other description for that?
Now, there's wind gust report, 60 mile an hour wind gust, 7 miles southwest of Agra.
So, Chastity said it's bad in Alma Republican City area. Can you define bad? It's probably raining heavy. Do you hear a hail? Safely, I mean. Obviously, you hear thunder. It's raining heavy, but do you hear any hail hitting your house or your residence? Let us know. Any other questions or comments coming off of chat, Danny?
Misty Kelly just commented almost golf ball sized hail near Roseland about 15 minutes ago.
Near Roseland?
Yep.
Okay. So let's see. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Adams, Franklin, Harlan, Kearney, Phelps, Smith, and Webster. You see that? Paging
Yep, it
Danny.
just popped up. Yep, it just popped up for me. At 9:45, a severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Loomis to Harlan County Dam to 6 miles southwest of Kerwin, moving northeast at 40. Hazard is 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
So that's the extension of this current warning here that hasn't populated yet. Is that correct? From the line? Is that what they're warning on?
Yeah.
Is the line? Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. It just hasn't populated here yet. It will. But we can fix that. So it's still not for Hastings yet. Where I know.
Got it.
What's that?
They just updated the one for the Blue Hill area. At 9:46, a severe thunderstorm was located over Lawrence, or 20 miles south of Hastings, moving east at 15. Hazard is ping ball by sized hail with 60-mile-an-hour gusts.
Is there any text update on the tornado warning?
No, not yet. Not that I've seen.
Okay. Okay, so this is the new warning that has just been issued. It does include Kearney County. It includes Axtell and Minden, as well as Funk, Hildreth, Upland, Campbell, Bloomington, Franklin, Riverton, all the way to Red Cloud and Macon as well. Tornado warning still expires in 12 minutes. That's the one for Rep City.
Tornado warning remains in effect until 10:15 for northwestern Knuckles and east central Webster. At 9:48, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Lawrence, or 23 miles south of Hastings, moving east at 15.
Okay, I still hear on this don't have the warning populated, but it'll come up. So let's see what we got here. So look at all these warnings. It's certainly amazing. I need to just tweak the radar a little bit, so bear with me.
Riley and Lambert, winds are starting to pick up in Clay Center.
Okay. So I want to leave this on the wide view for right now because there's all the warnings, and hopefully you can see your town. There's so many of them to go through. Rachel wants to know, is it head to Lincoln? Well, all this stuff, Lincoln's in a non-severe thunderstorm warning, but there are storms in Lincoln right now. All this stuff to the south, all this is moving your way, but the main thing besides all this activity is we're watching this off to the west, and this is going to be a big wind producer, and this is going to continue to push off to the east. It might just clip Grand Island, but maybe Kearney as well, but definitely Holdridge, Minden, Hastings, and points in the path. So we'll worry about that as we get through it, but obviously we're not done tonight by any stretch. So Tim needs to take a quick break. I need to get some more water. Danny, I'm going to put on weather radio for about 2 to 3 minutes. I'm not going anywhere, but I'll
step aside for a second too.
if you need a bathroom break. So again, I'm not going anywhere. I just need to step aside. I need to take about a 3-minute break. I need to get some more water, some more drinks. Again, I know there's active tornado warnings, but we've been going at this for, the better part of almost 5 hours now without a break. So obviously my voice and my throat kind of depict that, but I'm going to turn on NOAA Weather Radio. I'll leave my mic on. You'll be able to hear it, and I'll leave the radar up full. So you can still ask questions. You can still give reports. I'm just stepping away for a couple of minutes, starting right now.
For the latest severe weather information. Repeating, severe thunderstorm watch number 211 remains in effect until Nebraska, Adams, Buffalo, Clay, Fillmore, Hall, Hamilton, Howard, Merrick, Nance, Polk, Sherman, and York. Severe thunderstorm warning information. The National Weather Service in Hastings has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for York County, northern Fillmore County, southeastern Polk County until 10:30 p.m. At 9:50 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Bradshaw to near Grafton, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Expected hazards include ping-pong ball-size hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Severe thunderstorms will be near York, Fairmont, McCool Junction, and Bradshaw around 9:55 p.m. Exeter around 10:10 p.m. This includes Interstate 80 between mile markers 341 and 365. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10:30 p.m. for the following counties in Nebraska, Fillmore, Polk, and York. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards, station WXL 74, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.400 megahertz from a tower near Giltner, Nebraska. Severe weather, or in rare cases an urgent non-weather situation, is occurring at this time within central, south central, or east central Nebraska. Please stay tuned for the latest information. Severe thunderstorm warning information. The National Weather Service in Hastings has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County, Franklin County, Western Webster County, Southeastern Phelps County, Southwestern Adams County, Kearney County, Northeastern Harlan County until 10:45 p.m. At 9:45 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Loomis to Harlan County down to 6 miles southwest of Sherwin, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, Automated Weather Station. This line of storms has a history of producing measured wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour. The following impacts severe thunderstorm watch information. Severe thunderstorm watch number 211 has been canceled for the following counties in Nebraska, Howard, and Sherman. Repeating, the severe thunderstorm watch number 211 has been canceled for the following counties in Nebraska, Howard, and Sherman. Severe thunderstorm watch information. Severe thunderstorm watch number 211 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Sunday for the following counties in Nebraska, Adams, Buffalo, Clay, Fillmore, Hall.
Okay, everybody, I am back. Danny, you with me?
Yep.
Okay. Let me turn your mic back up. And thanks for sticking with us. Danny, why don't you go through any comments, reports people have in the chat? Why don't you back up, because we haven't interacted with the folks very much because of these tornado warnings, the last, half hour or so.
Cam Nunez just started in with heavy rain and wind in the Holdridge area. Mark Hava, golf ball size hail in Lawrence.
Thanks for the report, Mark. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching.
And Heather Schneider, winds are picking up in Edgar. In Watkins, heavy rain and strong winds at Harlan. No hail so far. It seems to be calming down.
We haven't seen a radar map this busy in a very, very long time. Danny, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No tornado warnings right now, at least.
There's got to be 10 warnings, and they encompass so much of the area. Now, good point that no tornado warnings. The one that went through Alma has been allowed to expire. So let's start for the front, and let's start at the west and then go east. So, excuse me, those of you who are watching in the Omaha, Lincoln, Columbus area, bear with me, we'll get to you. So this is the next storm right here. This is that line of storms with the strong winds that we're going to be watching behind all this other activity. So now ahead of this, we have more isolated and multi-cellular storms that are producing large hail. Obviously Campbell, just east of Minden, Holstein, Kennesaw, that area you're getting at least a smaller size hail. This particular severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses Smith County, parts of Webster County, Franklin County, Kearney County, Southwest Adams County. It still encompasses parts of Furnace County, Gosper County, Phelps County, and Harlan counties.
Got a new warning. Southeastern Clay County, northeastern Knuckles, southern Fillmore, northern Thayer until 10 o'clock at night. You want me to read it out?
No, I got it. So 30
Okay.
County.
Yep.
Go ahead. I'm gonna have to change. Oh, here it is, right here. What in the? Here's 30 County. God, I'm losing my mind. Sorry. Clay Center, Fairfield, Deweese, just south of Glenville, Edgar, all in this, down to Nelson, Lawrence. Things are starting to quiet down now, but you got more off to your west. So if you're along Highway 4, Highway 14, Highway 6, you're at least Highway 6 is a little north, but you get the idea. We've got you surrounded. So go ahead and read the text on that warning, please.
Okay, let me pull it back up here. At 9:57, a severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Alexandria to Davenport, moving north at 25 miles an hour. Hazards: ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Good. Yeah, and Bonnie, thanks for that tip. The hot tea, I did some earlier before I came on air, and it did help, but no time right now. So you're going to have to live with me for the time being, but that's definitely going to happen if and when this ever ends. So thank you, Bonnie, for that suggestion. So how about ice cold Coca-Cola, which is horrible, Gatorade, and ice water. So there's that warning. We've got Campbell up to Holstein in this warning. Let's work up Aurora, York, Henderson. In this particular warning, it doesn't encompass Stromsburg and Osceola. Hail up to golf ball size in that area. There's just a whole mess of warnings here. Fillmore County, Geneva, down to northern Thayer County, Bruning, Hebron, in between there, up Highway 81, Highway north of 136, Highway 4, just all kinds of activity. Flood warning, a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Gage and Extreme. I think northeast. Let's see here. This area in green right here, that is a flood warning. This circle right here, that is a flood warning. So, and that goes for 2 more hours, so at midnight that expires. So we haven't even got to rainfall amounts yet, which we will later, but there's just too much going on. Let's change radar here.
Quarter-sized hail reported in Deweese.
So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Papillion. It includes Gretna, Yutan Valley, Waterloo. And this is for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It expires in 14 minutes or at 10:15. Again, marginally severe quarter-sized hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. This threat is radar indicated. Meade, Wahoo, Cullen, Malamo, Prague, in the clear. Fremont, right now you're in the clear. North Bend, Arlington, Fort Calhoun. Blair, you've got non-severe thunderstorms in your area. Hooper, up the Highway 275 corridor. You are clear for now, just rain. light to maybe moderate rain all the way up to West Point. Columbus, Schuyler, North Bend, Schuyler, Columbus. That section of Highway 30 is just some rain right now, but there are severe thunderstorms to your south that are moving north and northeast. It's just a huge cluster of disorganized. We have so much moisture in the atmosphere. Dew points are in the 60s across the board. We have a boundary. We've got upper level winds. It's just a cornucopia of cluster. Never said that.
Yeah, we just got a wind report from Holdridge and Brewster, 82 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. Where? Brewster?
Yep, Holdridge / Brewster, it says. Came through on the weather service
82 miles
chat.
an hour.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for that, Danny. I appreciate it. Appreciate the good work. Everybody give Danny a shout out. Danny is missing time with his triplets tonight to help us to keep you informed. So nothing is more important than your kids. But thank you, Danny, for your dedication to the folks watching. So just want to point that out. So give Danny a shout out. Lexi, hey stranger, how are you? Thanks for joining in. Got any natural remedies for my throat? I'm starting to lose my voice. So good to see you, or at least read you at this point. So, okay, wind reports. Let's go to I'm getting there. I'm slowly starting to lose my mind, which we know. Okay. And wow. So this line is moving very quickly. And ooh boy, right around Wilcox, you're getting hammered just south of Axtell. We haven't looked at this in a minute. So there's our. Did you say where was that wind report?
It said Holdridge / Brewster.
Holdridge Brewster. Okay. Well, there's Holdridge, and these are the winds, but we've got 90 some mile per hour winds off the surface in Wilcox area in Hildreth, moving just to the south of Minden, but be on standby between Hildreth and Minden. For sure. Now we're going to take a little closer look at this because there's some questions we have to ask and we need answers. Blue Hill radar, we are looking 2,200 feet up into the storm. That's fairly low level, folks. It's also 34 miles away from the Blue Hill radar. Now obviously it's moving, it's northwest of the Blue Hill radar, and it's moving to the north and east towards Hartwell and Kennesaw, maybe Roseland, maybe towards Hastings. Now these may pulse, they may stick together, but the important thing to know here is we've got very, very strong winds across the board here that we need.
Yeah, power outages reported in Holdridge by the police department.
Oh, I don't doubt it. So, darn it. So let's inspect these winds, and I want to get a better view so folks can see here. From Axtell to down just east of Wilcox, down to Franklin. Now, as these storms move to the east, it's going to change a little bit, okay? It's going to regenerate. The winds are going to kind of pulse. So that is, I guarantee you that's going to change. But at least 2,200 feet off the surface, we're measuring 95 mile per hour winds. So we very, very well could have 70 to 80 mile per hour winds in this pocket. And Danny, the wind report in Brewster and Holdridge was what again?
It was 82.
Okay, so again, we're talking 10 mile per hour difference between 2,000 feet from the surface to 2,200 feet up in the storm. So if we go just west of Upland, around 70 miles per hour, around that 71, 72 southwest of Upland, west and southwest of Campbell, we get into the upper 60s. So very easily we've got 60, 65 mile per hour winds that extend from Upland, or just just west of Upland, all the way down to Franklin. So, Katie, if you're watching from Franklin County, give me a report of what you got, or text me if you would. I'd very much appreciate. So, again, we're going to get these questions. Christina wants to know, when is Hastings going to storm again? This is coming towards Hastings. So, and if you want to know even more information, now assuming this holds together, here's Hastings, and the strongest winds are about 36 miles away to the west-southwest. So we're going to see these pockets of strong winds as they move to the east. So it's not going to stay in the same spot every time. So this will slowly become the main focus as we get through the evening. Then once this pushes through from west-east, hallelujah, we should be done. So again, once this moves through Beaver City, that Highway 183 corridor from Huntley to Alma back up to Holdridge, things are winding down for you. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning here that's going to mention these stronger winds here. 80-mile-per-hour winds observed for this, and this is this warning just from Wilcox here. So it's a warning in a warning. Danny, do you have anything else? And of course, the Weather Service office just put out an image of these strong winds, so they're obviously concerned about it as well.
Yeah, they're calling it a destructive storm for Axtell, Hildreth, Minden, and Norman.
You're damn right it's destructive. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's no other way to put it. So if you're and we're watching these blues, the whites, and especially those dark blues, we have to be extremely vigilant on this, because this is destructive. This is going to damage your roof. This is going to take trees down. This is going to topple your trampolines and knock power out. So again, is this Armageddon? No. It's not going to happen through the entire state of Nebraska, but it's certainly going to feel like it by people who are affected by this. So I never try to embellish the threat, but this area in the blue and white that's approaching Campbell and Minden and eventually Kennesaw, Roseland, and Hastings, it's the real deal out of this. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. Danny, you got radar up in your studio. Mm-hmm. Keep up velocity on this and watch it, because I need to go back to reflectivity and the warnings, okay?
Yeah.
So you holler at me if you need me to go back to that.
Okay.
Kind of bossy, aren't I?
I'm used to it.
So Quentin wants to know, did I say Minden's about ready to get slammed? So it's definitely close, right? So there's Minden. Axtell's getting hammered right now. The leading edge of these winds are 7 miles to your west. We've got anywhere from 70 to 80, low 80 mile per hour winds just in the Axtell area. Minden, you're in the warning. These winds are coming to you pretty fast. You've got 2 to 3 minutes, really, because we need to be ahead of the ball game. But want to know exactly? This pocket of wind right here, 87.2 miles per hour. Now, this is about 1,900 to 2,200 feet off the surface, all right? So keep that in mind. Hildreth, just north of there, the worst winds are from Hildreth to Axtell. And there we just updated. So this is going to pulse. Also, we've got 60 to 75 mile per hour winds with some clusters of bad data or no data, but we're getting even as far down by Campbell now. We're getting along that leading edge, 75 to 80 mile per hour winds. So again, that may not translate all the way down to the surface here, but keep in mind that we've got very strong winds. And these are the winds that knock power out, that topple trees, that damage siding and roofs, and topple your garbage cans, and relocate small foo-foo dogs that bite your ankles. So we don't want any of those outside. You'll know it when it gets here, but it's knocking on the doorstep right now of Minden. Up to 85-mile-per-hour winds off the surface, so it's probably translating down to about 70 to 75. Danny, you got anything for me?
Now I was just looking at the wind, and yeah, they're staying. It looks like Campbell's going to really be getting some wind here shortly.
We're going to stay with this right now because this really is the story. Real quick, I'm going to back up very quickly and give an overview of the radar, at least for all the folks watching in other places outside of this complex and this wind bag that we're tracking. I mean, the radar it looks like a third grader just colored on it with red and yellow and green. I mean, it's amazing. We have warnings inside of warnings all over the state. And so it looks like a small tornado was reported, a brief tornado was reported 6 miles east northeast of Beatrice at 9:17. So that was about an hour ago. So we'll see. It could just have been some low-hanging clouds. Just know that if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, that it very well could be hail up to golf ball size hail, but the hail threat is starting to wane a little bit, and we're transitioning to a wind event, especially this western storm. So again, if you're in York or Hebron or Geneva or Lincoln or Omaha for that matter, anywhere there's a thunderstorm, your winds will probably be with those cluster storms up to about 60 miles per hour. But this main event up to the west is the main concern here that we're watching, and that is the top story here. And there's no active tornado warnings, right, Danny?
No, none at the moment.
Okay, so again, I don't mean to neglect anybody in the east central and eastern part of the state, but keep an eye on these winds, because these winds, quite honestly, are going to come your way, especially if you're south of Highway 30 and, of course, down towards the Kansas-Nebraska border. So not everybody is immune. If you're north of Interstate 80, the further north you go, you're probably going to be okay. For now, okay? So let's see here. Okay, back to the wind bag.
Yeah, it looks like the wind should just be getting to Campbell now.
Yeah, Campbell should be getting very strong winds, at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. I mean, our distance from Blue Hill to Campbell, we're only looking at 800 feet up at Campbell, and we're only 15 miles away, Danny. So keep that in mind. It looks like the stream is, at least from what I've seen, has frozen. Are you guys okay? It could just be on my...
Yeah, it looks good on my end.
Does it look good on your end?
Yeah.
I may kill this and start over here, but not the stream. Never mind on that. Just log back in again. There we go. Okay, I'm caught back up. So I know people are asking about Omaha. Omaha is quiet. Right now we're focusing on this severe wind threat that's approaching south central Nebraska, Hastings, Bladen, Blue Hill, Norman, maybe Grand Island. But again, we're just going to focus with the here and now. These kind of winds are moving to the northeast. So if I back way off and I draw on this, the worst of the winds are this way, and my drawing sucks, so forgive me. But that would take these storms south of Grand Island, at least the wind, unless this expands, would take it through Kennesaw, Hastings, Trumbull, Giltner, Harvard, Henderson, Lushton, Clay Center, Fairfield, Blue Hill, Roseland, maybe, and probably Geneva, Fairmont, and eventually towards York, probably towards Seward and maybe eventually towards Lincoln and eventually towards Omaha as well. But the time is 10:15. We have a long way to go with this, but this is the main story. The other storms that are east of this are producing, the hail threat is starting to diminish. Most of the storms are 1 inch to inch and a quarter size hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour. But here we've had, Danny, jump in here. We've had confirmed reports so far of winds of 82 miles per hour in the Holdridge area.
Yeah, that's the highest we've seen, but a lot of reports of 60 miles an hour, but that's the highest one we've seen so far.
Okay. Good enough. So let me get out of that. So there's a new warning coming. People are going to say, what are you looking at, Tim? Well, first of all, this is velocity, and it shows the direction and the speed of the winds. We're using the radar dome here. So we have a new thunderstorm warning now for Adams, Clay, Jewel, Kansas, Kearney County, Nuckolls County, Webster County. We'll get to it in just a minute. So these winds are blowing towards the radar, and these winds, the red winds, are blowing away. So even though our wind fields are a little different than that, so that's where we're looking at the strongest winds right now. So again, we're focusing on the here and now. Now, the new warning does encompass Hastings, and it may be very hard to see because we have so many warnings, so I'm just going to draw it out. This is the original warning. Danny, get the times for me here.
Yeah, it's until 11:15. You want me just to read it off?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care at this point.
At 10:15, a long line of severe thunderstorms extends from near Minden to Blue Hill to Smith Center, moving east at 45. Hazard is 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
So this is going to be trimmed back, but this is essentially the entire warning right now. And the area of greatest concern is right in here because we've got that Boeing. The storm, and I know I'm drawing a lot here, but we've got on velocity kind of this Boeing product, and this is where we see the strongest winds right in here. That's classic for a bow echo formation here. So how strong are the winds? What about my town? Campbell, you've got at least 6 to 1,000 feet off the surface, 76 mile per hour winds. That's very close to that. Now, we've seen some shrinkage from the stronger winds in Minden, thank goodness. But we've got 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. And the winds have there's a small pocket of 70, like a microburst, Danny, in the Minden area. But that's great news that we've seen some collapsing of those. There's a couple of gates showing no data, but there's some gates in here showing stronger winds. But you get the idea that we've got very strong winds. Now, the latest update you see here, we've seen a little weakening, but it's a little ambiguous, and here's why. Because we're getting closer to the Blue Hill radar, we're looking probably to a point below some of these winds. So let's see here. Bear with me for a second here, folks. So as I tilt the radar up, we can start to get a little better view of where some of these winds are. Now, we're looking a little higher up on the thunderstorm, but we still have at least over a couple thousand feet. We still have very strong winds. But we're going to continue until this storm passes through that Highway 281 corridor. We're going to continue to kind of struggle to get the adequate data we need. So keep that in mind. Danny, do you have the text you can read on that for me?
Yeah, for the one in XL.
Yeah, for all this. That includes Hastings. Hastings hasn't had anything yet, so give folks in Hastings a heads up.
Yeah, The warning is until 11:15. At 10:15, a long line of severe thunderstorms extends from
near Minden to
Blue Hill to Smith Center, moving east at 45. Wind gusts of 70 mile an hour is the main threat.
So here's Hastings. The leading edge of this storm is still 22 miles away. Whether the winds hold together remains to be seen, but let's see what Mike just posted from the Weather Service, see if we can get a view of this. But we have to assume that 60 to 70, maybe 75 mile per hour winds are going to continue to hold together as it moves in. And it's moving towards Hartwell and Kennesaw and Roseland. The worst is just north of Campbell, probably just clipping Blue Hill to the north, but it's on a path for Hastings. So let's see what we've got here with this latest thing here. So any questions of this, Danny?
Austin Woodward, excuse me, is Fairfield going to get smacked?
Eventually, yes. So, and I believe, whoops, hang on a second. Let me switch. You're still in the morning. Here's Fairfield right here. I'm zooming way in on Fairfield. So you're still in a warning, but it looks like you have light to moderate rain, but surrounding you, you've got quite a bit of moderate to heavy rain. I don't see any hail in the Fairfield area right now. But again, backing way out, going full screen, here's what we're looking like in central and south central Nebraska. The north is quiet. And again, the cluster of storms, the line of storms from Kearney all the way down, arcing back down to Phillipsburg, I believe, or just east of there, is the last line of storms. And once we clear these, we're done in terms of severe weather. So Kearney, still flash flood warning just to the north side of town. No severe weather for Kearney, all right? Just moderate rain up that way. There are some pockets of hail. But again, this is a windbag event, and Omaha is quiet. New warning coming out. Danny, you want to catch this for me so I can catch my breath?
Yeah. Getting it pulled up here. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Clay, eastern Knuckles, southern Fillmore, and Thayer County until 11:15. At 10:23, severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from near Ogg to Oak near Hardy, moving east of 15. Ping pong sized hail and 60 mile an hour wind gusts.
So Kristen smartly says it's not clipping Blue Hill, it's pounding. Well, I'm not talking about rain or anything else that's happening in Blue Hill. I'm talking about the worst of the winds. And so far, they should stay just a little northeast of you, or northwest of you, excuse me. So that could expand. I'll let you know if that does. But
63 mile an hour wind gust in Holstein.
In Holstein? Okay.
Yep.
So we still have severe criteria winds, but that's 20 miles per hour less. Again, here's Grand Island. More questions. Just some light to moderate rain. Nothing imminent for Grand Island right now. No warnings either. Everything is, generally speaking, with this wind event along and south of Interstate 80. Now, that's not the case east of Grand Island, where York and Seward are in severe thunderstorm warnings. Lincoln still is not in a severe thunderstorm warning. You're kind of surrounded. But all these storms east of the Tri-Cities are producing marginally severe hail, around an inch, and winds around 60 miles per hour. So the bigger concern remains with this line of storms here. Right here. These all over here are mostly just producing periods of heavy rain, hail to about a quarter of an inch if they're warned, and 60 miles per hour winds, but that's not everywhere. Obviously, these storms are moving to the east. This particular complex, if it holds together, looks like it's moving this way. So we'll have to watch it if it continues to hold together for eventually for Lincoln, and whether it stays to the south of Omaha and Papillion or whether it gets hit. So that's what we're watching right now. More warnings coming out. This is for York County. Again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is kind of the motif of what we expect. Now, the west end of the severe thunderstorm watch has been trimmed back. Red Willow, Frontier, Lincoln counties, those counties in that area. So,
Matt Schwartz, so it's safe to say here it's about to get hit. I can answer that one, yes.
okay. And you might want to text him back too, just in case. So again, these are the winds. The good news is they've shrunk a little bit in terms of coverage of the stronger winds, but that's the way it looks. But we have to remember that we can't see because the storms are so close to the Blue Hill radar. What we're going to see is this pocket of winds. Those are the stronger winds. As soon as they get east of Glenville and over by Deweese and Fairfield and over that way, we're going to see the stronger colors in the red and white. So we're going to see a switch because now the winds are blowing away from the radar, where to the east the wind's blowing towards the radar are green. So we're going to see a switch where right now the wind's blowing towards the radar are green. So if I explain that well, tornado possible in Fillmore County. Danny, can you elaborate?
Oh, let me see that one.
It's the Philmont, York
Yep.
County.
Yep, at 10:28, a severe thunderstorm is located along the line extending from near Oak to Ong to Hardy, moving east at 15. Just got some really bright lightning, got distracted.
That would be in the Fairmont area right here. But those are stronger winds feeding into the storm here because those are green winds blowing towards the radar in blue here. So, but those are stronger winds right there.
Certain to see a lot more lightning and hear a lot more thunder here in Hastings.
Wow. So again, we'll watch that pocket over there. Doesn't mean a tornado is imminent, but you know, some of these storms could pick up a little bit of shear, and there could be some boundaries from previous storms. I need to stand for a bit. So, any questions, Danny?
I just had to restart my restream because it crashed. Matt Schwartz, it's hailing in air. How big a hail, Matt?
How big of hail?
Yeah, I'm asking at him how big. He just said it's hailing in air.
Oh, okay. I got you. Let me see. I might have to adjust the camera just a bit because now I'm standing. So, let's see here. Danny, what time did we go on air? Was it about 5:30? We've been at this for 5 hours, haven't we?
It's been a while, yeah. Right around 5:30.
And the good news is we get to do it tomorrow and Monday as well.
I don't get to do it Monday, but you do.
You're going to be at work, right?
Yep.
I'll write you a note.
I'll be storm chasing in Minnesota.
No. All right, so what are we looking at? We're watching the winds. And just like as these storms start to get closer to the Blue Hill radar, they don't look, they don't look as ominous. But when they travel another 20 miles, 30 miles east, we're going to start getting some stronger readings. So, again, some of these warnings, let's look at the updated text on this.
Kathy Byers, no electricity in Superior. And Matt Schwartz, marble to pea-sized hail in air.
Marble, what size? Marbles come in different sizes. So
Yeah, he said marble to pea, so.
if you could equate penny, dime, nickel, quarter, that would be lovely. So we still have a tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, moving to the east towards Hastings, towards Blue Hill, with the 70 mile per hour wind, damage threat considerable with this as I'm watching. So again, even though my radar tool isn't showing any clusters of that, it's because we're so close to the radar. And, well, Tim, where's the radar? Well, it would be right there where Blue Hill, where that donut is. Boom, right there.
Got a couple of wind reports out of Franklin County.
Go for it.
The first one, 5 miles south-southeast of Wilcox, was 59, and then 3 miles west-northwest of Hildreth of 58.
So, see, let's explain this velocity product. See how these storms here are depicting that red, and then we're getting the winds coming towards this storm moving towards the radar is green. Well, once these storms get east of the radar, they shift. Well, the winds don't shift, but the colors do. So now these winds depict blowing towards a component of west, and these winds depict winds blowing away from the radar. So we've got strong winds coming out of these storms that are exceeding Red Cloud and Coles, almost to Superior Nelson. So how strong are they, do you ask? Well, right now through this pocket, we're getting winds in the 50s, 40s and 50s right now. So, and then out by Ruskin, we're getting some winds, 40s and 50s, but you get the idea. And that area around Fairmont isn't as impressive as it was before. So, this is what we need to keep an eye on, is just this pocket here of the winds as it goes through the Highway 281 corridor. Let's measure out the leading edge of this to Hastings, to the west side of Hastings is still, let's call it to the airport, to Marion Road, maybe even to Adams Central, about 14 to 16 miles away. The same would be true for, need to redo that. Blue Hill is just 10 miles away. So Hastings is going to get some wind. Now, are we getting 70 to 80 mile per hour winds? Maybe not, but we're still going to have at least 60. Michaela wants to know about Phillipsburg. That threat in Phillipsburg has passed. So, and I'll show you on reflectivity. Here's Phillipsburg right here, right in the center of your screen. Just some rain, so you should be done. So these storms are beyond you. I'm not going to call the all clear yet, but you're much quieter. So I hope that helps. So, Danny, look at Bailey's comment. Just saw a report of 86 mile an hour wind gusts reported at Superior Airport. Can you? Can you confirm that?
I haven't seen anything on chat about that.
Okay.
I was just looking at that actually.
Where do you see that? So we're kind of just wait and see here with as these storms kind of move through past Minden, through Hartwell, Roseland towards Hastings, and through Campbell to Blue Hill. We're kind of in this area of silence because the storms are virtually on top of the radar. So the radar beam goes at a certain degree and can't see straight up. So that's why we're not getting some great readings. So all I can tell you is if you're in Adams County, and you're in Hastings and South, and maybe even in Kennesaw and Juniata, expect at least 60 mile per hour winds, 60 to 70. That's what the Weather Service tag is, and that's what we have to watch. So the other thing we have to watch here is this storm. You see this, Danny?
In the Weather Service chat.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm looking at that one.
And this would be right here. So you see the winds, and this is on the left. You see by Dessler, you see an appendage right here. We'd see some winds blowing into this, then some outbound winds like this. We know that's happening because of this outflow arcing back to the southwest on reflectivity. So we've got very strong winds pushing out away from the radar in Blue Hill. So the question is, if we get a tornadic development, we'd be more than likely looking right in here. God, that's a horrible circle. But we need to watch this entire area. But at the very least, we're getting pretty strong winds coming out of the outflow dominant part of the storm. So we need to watch Dessler area. If anybody's watching from Dessler, give us a report. I don't want you standing outside on your front porch or on your driveway. But I certainly, if you can give us a safe report, please do. So there's the outflow coming out of this. All the winds behind here are like this. Winds coming around here like this. But out ahead of it, in the warm sector, our winds are coming in like that. So that's why we're watching this particular part of the storm. And that's in Thayer County. So there's a lot to watch. And I know I'm neglecting other parts of the state, but your turn is coming, I promise. So again, we're watching this pocket of wind. We're watching this.
And we got a new warning. Southwestern Hamilton, eastern Buffalo, southwestern Merrick, southern Howard, and Hall counties.
Go ahead.
Until 11:30. At 10:37, severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from near Pleasanton to Hartwell, moving northeast at 45. Hazard is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Again, another Omaha question. Thank you for watching. I know the focus is in south central Nebraska right now, but these storms are moving your way, and it should be well after midnight when they get to your location. Whether we continue the wind threat remains to be seen, but I will back out for you. And who asked that question? Braden. And I'm not trying to neglect the east. That's not my intention at all. There's no severe weather, but these storms here are moving to the east and northeast. So it's going to be, we've always known that Omaha would be late, like after midnight. And these storms have done an amazing job avoiding Lincoln, at least in terms of severe weather, and Omaha to this point. But if these storms hold together, then it would be a wind threat well after midnight. And it's probably going to be more like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. God forbid, I can't go that long. But we're going to hang with this as long as we can.
Got a couple more wind reports for you, Tim.
Real quick, Sheila wanted to know about COZAD. COZAD really is just going to be in the clear here. That Lexington, west of Kearney, things are quieting down. So you should be fine out that way. So once this line, and when I say this line right here moves through, you're done for the night. Then we focus on tomorrow, and we focus on Monday. So at least I will, right?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Actually, you got a few here. 1 mile west of Hartwell, wind gust of 60. 8 miles southeast of Kearney, gust of 74. And 1 mile north of Minden, a gust of 67.
All right, why don't you read those one more time for me?
1 mile west of Hartwell had a wind gust of, just got another one, 60. 8 miles southeast of Kearney, wind gust of 74. And 1 mile north of Minden, a wind gust of 67.
Yeah, and Mark makes a good point. Hey, Mark, hope you're well. wind shifting from west to east to west. That's yes, that's apparent because of these storms coming through. A lot of low-hanging clouds. When we get that, all the shear in the lower levels of the atmosphere, people think funnels, tornadoes, and let me tell you, there's a lot of shear. But the tornado concern right now is in the Deshler area, right here. And where'd it go? There's Deshler. Again, there's no tornado now, but we're watching this area right here. And then we may have to, in time, start watching this area down between Mankato and Burr Oak. That's in Kansas. And then just along this leading edge, for example, right in here, just east of Blue Hill. So, we've got a huge cluster of storms here that are producing strong winds. And of course, it's knocking on our doorstep here, Danny. So I would prepare very, very quickly. The worst of the winds are just behind. So let me see if I can put this in motion. But the winds are knocking on our doorstep. Danny, you got anything else?
Chad Sporing says they've got power out there in Superior near the hospital.
Okay.
So looks like they did get some pretty significant wind. I haven't seen any storm reports out of Superior yet.
So, oops.
I just got a wind report 1 mile south of Air, wind gust of 65.
Those are the winds we're watching there. More winds we're watching here. Another little pocket out this way. We're right over, here's the Blue Hill radar. So we're not getting all the data we need because the storms are basically right on top of the radar. So, but we can expect 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Danny, check that tag, but I'm pretty sure that the tag is still for 70 mile per hour winds on this warning. So, Holdridge, Wilcox, Huntley, Alma, you guys are going to be in the clear pretty soon here. Anything west of Highway 183 has quieted down. Again, we're watching these winds overtaking Roseland, moving towards Kennesaw, and moving towards Hastings. I think 60 to 70 mile per hour winds is what we need to plan for. If it's less, that's good. Again, Seward, you're a little ways away. The storms in your area, Jace, are just 60 mile per hour max. But if these storms hold together, we've had reports up to around Holdridge of 82 miles per hour. Now, am I saying that as these storms come towards Seward, we'll have 82? No, not at all. But again, right now we're looking at about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and we'll get a better picture as these storms get east and clear the Blue Hill radar, and we'll start to get a better idea. Danny, anything? Danny, you with me?
Yeah. Sorry, no, nothing new at the moment.
Okay, so it's coming in on Hastings. Boy, hold on, I need to get rid of this. It looks like the strongest winds are out by Roseland, between Roseland and Kennesaw, and they're not overly impressive.
Yeah, overall, it does seem like the wind has gone down a little bit.
Yeah, but this happens because we're so close to the radar. I mean, we are measuring what we can at 53 miles per hour, just a few hundred feet off the surface. But we've got this silence around here because these storms are literally on top of the radar. But look what happens, Danny, when the storms get far enough away, like right here, and look what our winds are here, 73,
Yeah.
74, and so I'm waiting for that to happen. So Superior, you got at least 65 mile per hour winds coming at you, 76, and let me go back to split screen.
Misty Tilley just commented, nothing serious as far as the wind wise between Juniata and Roseland currently.
See, now look what's happening. now we're starting to get a better view because look where the storms are now. Look at reflectivity. So now we've got a better picture. So from Nelson back down to Mankato, we've got very strong winds in this pocket right here. And another warning, what do we got?
Hasn't popped up for me yet.
It's odd, it hasn't for me either. Probably severe thunderstorm warning. I don't want to jinx myself. Yeah. So, yeah, look what's happening. Now these storms are pushing through, and boy, they move fast down in this area. So, again, we've got this pocket. I want to make sure everybody can see this on their screen. We've got this pocket here, and then and this is going to fill in, but we're going to have very strong winds here as well. And I think we're going to expand this. We're really going to see these strong winds all the way probably up here as these storms move a little farther east of the Blue Hill radar. But we're starting to get a better look now of what here's 86 mile an hour winds right in the Superior area. So again, we're only looking 300 to 500 feet off the surface here. So Superior to Nelson's probably going to get some very strong winds, as is pretty much all of Nuckolls County. So I'm not going to be able to measure the wind speeds in Hastings, obviously, but we've got the airport. We'll get reports. But again, I still think 60, 65 mile per hour winds in Hastings seems reasonable. I can't tell if the winds are picking up just yet. I think they're still to our west, but anybody on the west side of Hastings, out towards Juniata, out towards Roseland, tell us what you've got, if anything. So
The rain's starting to pick up here at my place, and it seems like it's starting to get windier.
So Kayla wants to know the red and green. So what we're looking at with the red and green, our winds generally blowing, the red is blowing away from the radar, the green is blowing towards, generally speaking, towards the radar. So we're looking at not only the strength of the winds, but the direction of the winds. So we use this in a straight line wind event, and we use it for tornado detection as well in a very tight changing the direction of winds. So right now we're looking at generally straight line winds out of this, but I hope that clarifies. So Misty Tilly says nothing serious wind-wise between Juniata and Roseland. That's good. So Jace, you're welcome. Michelle, yeah, I'm sorry, Roku TV, it's their issue. We fixed a bug on our end. It's not working. But you can watch on YouTube. Not YouTube TV, but just the regular YouTube app. You know, the one where you watch birds hatch and dogs run around and stuff like that. People camp in the snow. That's the regular YouTube. And go to the search bar and search Nebraska Weather TV. Click on our page and you'll see us live. So our apologies for the Roku app. Of course, it'll start working on Tuesday when all this threat is passed. You can guarantee it. So my apologies, it's out of my hands. So again, we're tracking very strong winds. The worst seem to be down in Nuckolls County and as well as Jewell County. Of course, you know, down in Jewell County, we've got Lovewell Reservoir, and they're getting hammered by very strong winds down at Lovewell right now. So I hope nobody gets any damage, but we've got down here in Lovewell anywhere from 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, even as high as 86. That's just off the surface, but I think it's a fair bet of 60 to 70, maybe even 75 mile per hour winds from Highway 36, from Formosa all the way back through Weber, Superior, all the way up to Nelson. And you can see by Deweese now. If you're watching from God's Country in Deweese, let me know what you have there in 30 County, because we're starting to get a little farther away from the radar, and we should start to depict a little better now of what what the winds are because we're getting away from the radar. So Hastings is raining pretty good, and it doesn't seem, I don't hear my roof about ready to tear off. So that's good, and we may be spared in 30 County, but certainly right now the strongest winds are definitely going right through Superior and either side of that. Danny, what do you got? Anything?
I was just checking to see if there's any wind reports, and I haven't seen anything yet.
Find something. I need a break.
There's a couple of wind reports out of the Davenport area, both of 64 miles an hour.
Okay.
And it's raining hard here at my place. I don't really hear much wind, and if it was windy at all, I'd be able to hear it. It gets really loud up here.
Yeah, Davenport's pretty quiet right now, but those winds are coming your way. Fairfield could have some strong winds. Deweese more so. Edgar, for my friends in Edgar, tell me what you got when it gets there. But from Nelson and especially Superior, along that Highway 136 corridor, and over to Chester. And tell me what you got as these storms come through. So that would be great if it stays down there. We don't need strong 78 mile per hour winds anywhere, but if they stay away from the bigger cities, that would be helpful. So it wouldn't be perfect. So for our friends watching in other parts of the state, I'm really sorry. I'm not trying to neglect you. Your presence is extremely important to me. No, you don't have to pay me money for that.
Danae Hess says the winds are picking up by Brickyard Park.
Okay. So here's a look. Omaha, you have rain in the area. Lincoln, you've got one severe thunderstorm warning just to your north. Wahoo, Ceresco, Ashland. God, what a mess. This is the messiest radar I've seen in Nebraska in a long time. And, all these storms are marginally severe. Got another one down by Tecumseh, Auburn, by Syracuse, Nebraska City. All these are about 1 inch hail or less and 60 mile per hour winds. They're all, the only storm that's producing winds stronger than that is that western complex, the westernmost complex, that's pushing through a highway and past Highway 281 to Highway 14. So it's almost 11 o'clock, Danny. We've been going at this for 6 hours. It's been a busy night.
It has. And like you said, the radar is just a mess.
I
Yeah.
haven't seen the radar this much of a cluster, you know what, in a long time, but it's good. Kristen, I don't miss your dog name. It's not Bailey, it's Satan. I don't miss your dog at all. My former neighbor. I called the dog, it's a little ankle biter foo-foo dog that hates men. And I love all dogs more than people, but that little dog hates me, and it's Satan. That's what I call her. So
We need to get Tim a cat. That's what we really need to do.
No, absolutely not. I'm not a crazy cat lady. I'm a dog guy. But anywho, okay. So
Lisa Bell, Westbrook has rain and average thunderstorm winds. Jim Stanka, winds are picking up good in Nelson. And Claudia Carlini, hail and strong winds in Superior.
Thanks, Claudia. When these winds, are the winds really blowing hard? And when it clears you, if you could see if there's any tree damage or any hail size, let me know, would you? Claudia is a longtime follower and viewer, and we appreciate her very much. Thank you. Danae, thank you for, happy to be here. So, Jim says the winds are picking up in Nelson. I definitely do not doubt that. So if you have any power outages in the area, please let me know if your power goes out. Tell me where you are, obviously. But again, just tons of lightning, tons of rain, widespread. I just want everybody to see the reflectivity on the radar. But the worst is as March through Hastings, moving into Nichols and Clay County. Next will be potentially, and Hamilton County. Next will be York, Fillmore, and eventually Thayer counties, which you have ongoing severe weather as well. And then we go from York and Fillmore to Saline counties, as well as Jefferson County, and of course Seward County as well. So we're not done yet, but we've got a lot to talk about. Yeah, Claudia, don't check unless it's safe. So I want you to be safe. So let's switch back. Hopefully everybody's got a good view of the radar picture. Unfortunately, the far north and the northwest really missed out on anything meaningful. You know what? This would be interesting. Let's take a moment, and before we go back to velocity, let's look at storm total precipitation. Now, we've got a ton of warnings, but we can turn those off real quick. We'll leave the lightning on. So the greens, the yellows, and the deep yellows and the reds are where most of the. Now, of course, this is off the Hastings radar, but you can see that up around Caro, Doppler radar is estimating up to 6 inches. Usually a little overdone, but we're not done yet. But Hastings around 1.5 inches. Blue Hill area 2 inches, 2.2. Geneva anywhere from 2 to 3. Osceola Stromsburg has had some training there, upwards of 4 inches. Now, if I switch over to Valley radar and look over some of these areas, Resco 2.5. A little bit more hit or miss for Lincoln, but you can see Beatrice, you've had a ton of rain, 3.7 inches. You get the idea. You can see where the stronger storms laid out the heavier rainfall around the area. So here we're back on the Hastings radar. Look over around Kearney, and that's why we had that flash flood warning. Kearney anywhere around that area to the northwest of Kearney, anywhere from 4 to 5 inches. Lexington anywhere but 2 to 3. Southeast Lincoln County 4.1. So just to the north, the Carroll area, wow, 5 inches. So take this with a little bit of grain of salt, but some much needed rainfall. And I know my 30 county friends are going to yell at me. Well, where's our rain? Well, there's more coming, but Harvard area has had very little. Sutton area has had very little. And east of Clay Center and Highway 14 has had very little as well. So that is the battle of the haves and have-nots. We can probably thank Ben Honkin for that. It's probably the metal plates in his head that restrict the rainfall in parts of 30 County. But nevertheless, I digress. Here's a look at the radar. You can see that the main focus now, and obviously I have all the warnings turned off and watches. Now they're back on. So,
Do you have a wind report for you here, Tim?
Please go ahead.
Near Randall and Jewell County, along the outflow, they had a gust of 72.
One more time.
Near Randall and Jewell County, Kansas, they had a wind gust of 72.
Okay. And it looks like Grand Island is in a severe thunderstorm warning now, and it's been extended up to Central City and York and Geneva. I think that's what we're looking at here. Clay, Fillmore, Hamilton, Merrick, Polk, and York.
Northern Fillmore County, Merrick County, Southern Polk County until midnight. At 10:58 p.m. Severe thunderstorms were located.
We have operations here at Circa talking through some of the potential changes for the Circa Survivor contest, which we will find out the guarantee coming up very soon. Also, Will Hill with some of his favorite plays for the NBA doubleheader coming up tonight. Little Major League Baseball talk as well. Speaking of the NBA, though, Zach Cohen is going to join us in about 30 minutes. Host of Hardwood Handicappers, does a great job covering the NBA and a slew of things over at vsin.com. But you can check